Morning, everybody. Here we are again. We're awaiting the arrival of the state police cap team. They're a little late today. The paddy wagon's here, but that's it. I don't know where Trooper Hardman is and the rest of his men. Got a decent crowd out here already. Looks like the rain's gonna hold off. It's Friday. We're excited for the defense's case to begin. We're calling one of the defense experts regarding phone data. We're guessing, thinking that possibly ACCA could be involved early next week, as early as next week. It's one of the strategies suggested by people like Mark Batterell to bring ACCA in as soon as possible to counteract all the BS we heard all week from Aperture. And yes, I'm using the camera stick today. Remember to bring it down here. I think everybody's excited to see the defense case get underway. We're curious to see how Hank Brennan's going to be on cross of the defense witnesses. So we're kind of turning a new chapter in trial 2. We expect a lot more witnesses than trial 1 for the defense, and a different strategy from the defense regarding the witnesses and which order they call them. How this will play out. It'll be interesting. Again, I'm taking a raw feed. I cannot see the chat. And I can't even really tell how good my transmission is from here. Because when you're taking these links, the view you have on your own camera is crystal clear. But that's not necessarily how you people are seeing it. Unless I grab somebody else's phone and look at the live show, I can't really tell what kind of quality I'm transmitting right now. And then I have 3 bars on 5G, which is not guaranteed down here with Verizon. But I was able to grab the link without any technical difficulties quickly. So hopefully it's broadcasting decent. So a lot of us arrive and gather here 7 a.m. Some of us are earlier. And it just gradually the numbers increase all the way to 8:30 even, after we have to march out of here at 8 a.m. and go down to the 400-foot buffer zone line to greet Karen and her team and her parents. Some people don't arrive until then. They can't get here this early and they just want to be able to greet Karen driving by. We're all going to be interested to see the attitude, I guess, or the demeanor of the defense team and Karen Reed, because I'm sure they must be excited to finally be on offense, present their witnesses, present their case, counteract obviously the prosecution and Hank Brennan. They're first to get the ball. This was a football game. Where we now have the ball on offense. view. Overcast with some breaks of sun, heavy clouds, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain. Yeah, one of the discussions out here has been the latest ruling from the federal judge. Kind of convoluted. We're still not sure what we're allowed to have of signage down here. It's more things that we have to iron out with the state police cat team, i.e. Sergeant Hardman. I don't know if we have to like come down here and show them a sign and say, hey, is this okay or is this not? There's no clear definition as to what's allowed for signs and clothing. It's another word salad written by a judge, if you ask me, my personal opinion. The borders or parameters of the buffer zone are not going to change. There's no way Bev's moving that 400 foot back to 200 feet because it would all be back down there in front of the church green where we'd have public parking once again. They don't want it. But I mean, they are letting more bodies down here. As long as you don't have anything that has to do with the case as far as apparel or signage. So some people choose to be down here all day. They can wear pink and support Karen Reed and all that, but they just can't demonstrate with signs or gear that have to do with the case. Which is also ludicrous because the jury is bussed in from a secret location to the back of the building. They never see us out here. The only other argument in like Judge Beverly Cannoni's decisions is that witnesses might be coming up either side of the Registry of Deeds from behind that building from the public Registry of Deeds parking lot. And they would have to walk the gauntlet of free Karen Reed boots on the ground. And I guess that's liberally interpreted as a violation of 13B, intimidation of a witness. So Massachusetts 13A and 13B are in direct conflict with the First Amendment and right to assembly and free speech. So these judges are writing decisions, both Beverly Cannoni, Massachusetts Supreme Court, and now the federal judges are writing decisions regarding this buffer zone that are kind of all over the map, in my opinion, as to what's allowed. So we're still not anywhere near being crystal clear as to what we can do or have down here. Especially when the federal judge wrote that Erica Walsh's Norfolk County is run by a criminal lecturer is not a violation of the buffer zone.
Good morning, Scotty.
Morning.
Good morning.
Even like Dennis's sweatshirt, apparently that's allowed in the buffer zone now. So that's confusing. How are you, Dina?
I'm good. I'm in the closet at Planet Fitness again. I figured I'd come and say hello. And I'm
are you gonna come out of the closet?
I'm coming out of the closet. I wanted to.
Good morning.
Go. Oh, I miss you. I miss you guys. I hate this thing called work. Hi, Sherry D.
Yeah, right.
Yes. I'm just sending everybody well wishes on Karen's defense team. Let's fucking go. I wish I was down there with you guys.
That's what the vibe in the air is, this morning. Like, finally, we're on offense. The defense finally gets to present their case.
Exactly. Today's a very powerful day for everybody. Karen's team, this movement, because I think they're just going to drop some hammers. I mean, I think we can walk around a little bit better down there, still with not the free Karen Reed stuff on, which pisses me off. But at least Erica had a little bit of relief that her microdot sweater is not against the buffer zone. That was nice, you know?
Yeah, but like I was saying, we're still kind of confused as to actually, what we can have for signs down here.
I know.
Like,
It's
can
like
I have my DA Morrissey for federal prison sign down here? Is that going to be okay? Do I have to go up to Hardman and ask about permission for every sign I have?
I think at this point we should just push it. I think as long as it doesn't say free Karen Reed, we can. It sounds like we can make as much fun as the Morrissey's office as we want.
One of the reasons I stay outside the 200-foot buffer zone line down there is I want to continue to display my free Karen Reed signs, Turtle Boy signs.
Exactly.
But if I can come down here with a DA Meatball Morrissey as a crime boss sign, I'll do it.
Exactly. And I don't think, it's not written 100%. So I think we can pick on Norfolk County DA as, I'm taking it as we can say whatever we want about that.
Well, one of the reasons this buffer zone exists is because DA Morrissey hates the look. It makes his office look bad.
Right.
So if I can come down here with a sign disparaging his office, I'd love to do that. Just like I love to do all the protests at his DA's office.
Right.
Which we've done like a dozen times now.
I know. We need another one of those.
Morrissey hates that because he's a politician and he hates to be made to look bad. And I'm all for making him look bad.
Yeah. I would give anything today to not be in here. I'd like to just paint my body completely blue and walk around touching everybody with blue paint on my hand.
Did you see that parody video where the guys were all painted in blue and they were going to do the test with the Lexus?
Yeah, I shared
I don't know
it.
what channel it was.
It was on Annie Elise, her channel. I was dying.
Okay.
All right, I got to get back to work, but I wanted to stop in and let everybody know that this is the day, people. The defense is just going to kill it from now on. They are going to put on and show the truth to the world. And Scotty McGinnis, I love you. I love everybody down there. I'll be thinking of you guys during prayer, but everybody have a great day. Robin G, love you. Bye from the closet.
Bye, Gina. We love you.
We love you. I love you too. And I got to get out of the closet now. I'm coming out.
Yeah, come out of the closet, please. Yeah, everybody's on the same page. Let's go defense. This is like tailgating, getting all fired up for your team. Let's keep track of the time here. 7:45.
Yeah, just last
Not that I'm a leader of the festivities, but it's 7:45. We're assembling here in a minute for the prayer and Pledge of Allegiance. A couple conversations going on at the moment, but they'll get the ball rolling here.
Wow. I'm coming, honey. Honey,
Brenda has taken charge.
did you get the
Yeah, yeah.
can one? I'm on a table, Brenda. The atheists can leave now. No, I already answered that question. No. Our Father, in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespasses, and forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Free Jeffrey! I'll do a defense.
No, is that the head of the trial court? The guy in the suit?
I'm hoping there were Tyson's in the bag.
Yeah.
Did they turn around? Did they look? They heard. Right, they'll have us in Mansfield tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, the passing dogs are always curious what this group is out here. What's going on? Yeah, usually you have some free can read dogs boots on the ground. None here this morning. Not yet, anyways. Curious. Dylan's back on the air now. Settled at home and he's running his channel today. Does anybody recall what this expert witness's name is today? The phone expert? Yeah, it's tough to pronounce, right? And he wasn't in trial one, was he? This guy? They never called him?
You gotta go to the black box. This guy from North Carolina.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a phone expert or infotainment. Oh, for the Lexus? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it's the infotainment system for the Lexus then. I mean, it was probably difficult for the defense to know whether or not they were going to get through the prosecution case this week. I'm sure they had to have witnesses on deck just in case it was their turn. But like we were talking about, we're wondering if they're going to try to get ACA here early next week and go with ACA next early, or are they going to hold ACA off later? You know, so basically we're going by these YouTube lawyers like, Mark Federer, Bob Potter, or, Melanie Little. Like, what would they do if they were on Karen's defense team? what order would they call their expert witnesses? What would be their strategy? So obviously, we don't know Karen Reed's team's strategy here. We're just, guesstimating what order they'd call their witnesses. Getting brighter out here, which is nice. Even yesterday, they were predicting rain after 11 a.m. and it never happened. Even though I was watching some local meteorologists. Oh, there she is. Every morning. They were saying we've had record spring rainfall around here already. We have another wet weekend coming up, which is seems like 18 weekends in a row. So if we can be out here, boots on the ground on trial days and not be in the rain, it's a positive. Few more minutes of enjoying our time down here before Sergeant Hardman and his state police cat team call it at 8 o'clock, and we have to vacate the buffer zone with our signs. Anyways, I mean, that's one thing that we've gained, is you can remain down here as long as you don't have signs or gear. But we also march out of the buffer zone to head into the 400-foot line, because that's where Karen drives by on her way in. After that, some of the people here pack up and leave. Others will come down, put away their signs and gear, and come down here and hang in front of the courthouse within the buffer zone. I and others choose to go to the 200-foot line down there and continue to hold signs and wear gear outside, just outside the buffer zone. But like I was discussing with Dina, if I could come down here and be right across the street with a sign regarding DA Morrissey's office, I'd do that. Otherwise, I stay outside the buffer zone with all my Karen Reed gear, Turtle Boy gear. We kind of set up a mini version of Trial 1 down that end, like we had in the other end in Trial 1, where we people set up chairs and we're playing the trial, just kind of communing down there, and the freedom of outside the buffer zone. Now, Brenda wants to do her morning group photo. Hello.
Quality. Jake, come on. Sit down in the front row. I got the book here.
He's here. Make way, make way. Make way. There we go. Oh, lovey. Look at Brenda. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the wrong side there, lady.
Better hurry up. Big Henry.
Got to squeak over. Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to look.
I don't do no daddy.
7:56. All right. This was starting the match early. Good morning. How are you? Excellent. I need a third hand.
What do you need?
Somebody can carry my flag, please. To free America.
Of course, anything for America.
Because in a few minutes, we're no longer in free America. We have to flee.
Go back to communist America. Want me to take it down there that way?
Yeah. If you could, please, thank you. And when you get down there, I just stick the sign into the loops on the fencing. I mean, the flag. Pretty good media presence here as far as media trucks. Still not as much media coverage, I think, than in trial one. This tree definitely needs to be trimmed. This cement thing right here and that street sign across the street, that was the previous buffer zone. So this is the closest we could get in trial one. But we had all these public parking spots on both sides of the road. If you go back and look at any footage of Free Karen Reed in trial one, this was our area where we hung out. We had all these spots. We'd take them all up as much as we could. Yep, exactly. John O'Keefe looked like he was beaten up by Mike Tyson, not hit by Alexis. But some of our group just still park here in the mornings because after Karen Reed drives by, they leave. It's not to say you couldn't park here and hang out, but you can't have any Free Karen Reed gear because this is still technically the new inside the new buffer zone. But, so when Bev moved the buffer zone to where this sign is now, as you can see, there's no longer any room and there's no more street parking.
No street parking all the way up.
And they have these barrels go all the way down the road. If you Google map Dedham, you'll see the Dedham triangular town common. So it's quite a distance from here that you can't park on either side of the street. Apparently that was a problem for them in trial one, where we had so many people coming down here, they were parking on the side of the road. So they put these no parking barrels as far as the eye can see. Yeah. I would have to say that diesel is not running properly.
Oh.
Yeah.
My grandkids have a dance. What are their names?
Usually by 8:30, 8:45, the traffic volume heading down High Street here really backs up. And that's when Karen Reed's SUV usually gets kind of caught up in the traffic here and has to stop. She gets a chance to greet everybody. Some mornings, though, the traffic's lighter and they kind of have to just slow roll it past here. Kind of happened a day or two ago. And there's other days where the traffic volume is so heavy that she's stuck here for a while. Unless I can grab somebody else's phone and look at the live broadcast, I can't see the chat, and I have no idea what kind of quality I'm broadcasting right now. Like I said earlier, there's people that come down here and literally just get here at like 8:30. So the numbers increase a little bit down here because they want to have a chance to see Karen driving by. Karen's parents will drive by this way also, usually ahead of her. Either Nathan's driving them in or Mr. Reed's driving. Nathan tries to drive him in when he can, give him a break. So once we're forced to move from in front of the court because the buffer zone begins at 8 a.m., we head down here outside the buffer zone at the 400-foot line. And then you have a little downtime here where everybody's just socializing and stuff for the next half hour, 40 minutes until they drive by here. You know, doing the stream this way with no actual StreamYard app where I can't see the chat, difficult. It's okay if there's somebody live in studio that I can converse with and relay what's happening in chat to me, and we can talk about it with the in-studio host. Or unless somebody lets me use their phone so I can view the show and chat on another phone while I'm using my phone to film. You know, that way I can interact more. There might be questions in chat, people that want to be called out and all that stuff. Unless I was using somebody else's phone here on this channel that has the StreamYard app. I really can't do that. Wow. Might be some latecomers that are walking up this way. In a way, there's really no rush to get up here. Because like I said, there's at least a half hour, 40 minutes of downtime up here just waiting for Karen to drive by.
Oh, I love it. Oh, he's squishy. Hold him. Does he have a name? His name. What? I love you. Thank you.
Do you mind logging in for the show? I can see that. Sweet. Running blind. Is that a new shirt, by the way?
Well, I bought it from Bob, but it's hood. We don't like hoods, and I love it.
I just never saw that graphic design of the lettering.
Look, he just did it. Microdots is watching.
All right.
They're my favorite T-shirt.
All right. Now I have somebody else's phone, so I can see what this looks like. Wait a second. Yeah, I guess the broadcast quality isn't that bad. It's not as good as I was on a phone with the actual app and a different cell phone carrier. Hi, Robin G. I can see the chat now, everybody, if you want to ask questions or whatever. It's so strange down here with my Verizon service. There's some days where I get decent amount of bars on 5G, and my transmission from a link is halfway decent, and then there's other days where it's absolutely horrible. Funny, we have a lot of local residents that are always walking these sidewalks and passing through us. And there seems to be more and more that are kind of free Karen Reed. And then there's always a few local residents that are disgruntled that were around here. I mean, one of the reasons there's way less boots on the ground supporters this trial around is the newly expanded buffer zone, which they deny all the time. They keep saying 200 feet, but she moved this in to 400 feet. A couple arrests. People can't come down here and be comfortable like they were in trial one. So it's discouraged a lot of people from coming down here, and that was their goal. So, there are the Reeds. Morning. How are you doing? Hi. Wow, they're early.
Yeah. What bless them, man.
So that was Nathan Reed driving in Bill and Janet Reed. It's only 8:12 and they're here already. Wow. Maybe they're excited and fired up to be on offense. They want to be here early. I mean, I don't think Karen Reed and her parents and her defense team are like disappointed in the fewer numbers out here. They know we're out here. They know the challenges we've been facing with the fight over this expanded buffer zone. I don't think they're discouraged by the lower numbers out here in trial 2. Yeah, Polly, I agree. Yeah. And I don't really have to expand on that. And that's one of the things we worry about, a jury being picked from this county. What's funny about Bev in previous trials, like the Michael Chesna unalive trial when Emmanuel Lopes was the defendant, she busted in a jury from Worcester County because she was afraid a Norfolk County jury would be too biased against the defendant. But we've heard arguments why the defense would want a Norfolk County jury, but you could also argue why a defense team could argue why a Norfolk County jury would be biased against Karen Reed. So I don't know. But I think in the long run, it works in the defense's favor to have a Norfolk County jury. I mean, there's no way any of these 18 jurors in the jury box haven't seen or know anything about this trial, and I'm sure when they were questioned during jury selection, they might admit, yeah, I know about it, I've heard about it, read about it, but it won't affect my decision as a juror. You know, and in the modern times we live in with social media and the internet, I don't know how any potential juror doesn't know about a case unless they're living in a cave. I don't know. And when I think back at the genesis of the public jury system in our courts, even back then, I'm sure jurors knew what was going on when the communities were smaller and they were assembled as a jury of the defendant's peers. I mean, I present an argument where instead of this exacting and discriminatory way they pick jurors nowadays, I would be fine with 18 just random people out of the community. Don't even ask them any questions. Just grab 18 people and throw them in the jury box. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I don't know for a fact historically, but I think that's how juries were picked back then. I don't think they were put through the ringer and asked a million questions about their opinions and political beliefs or whatever. I think back then they just grabbed random from the community. Unless they came in screaming, oh, this person's a murderer or whatever, then obviously they wouldn't be allowed on the jury. But I think modern jury selection has gotten too particular. Yeah, I've heard that argument. You know, I haven't been into the trial this time around yet, but everybody that's gone in or been reporting on the jury, they're younger. And some say that's a good thing.
So the dog doesn't try to jump on.
Yeah, when the sun starts coming out here and the warmer weather gathers, people are going to be looking for shade. We already got a group down there in the shade. Yeah, it's James Jameson. We were hearing rumors or reports from the courtroom that one of the jurors was literally putting the notebook in front of their face so Judge Bev didn't see them laughing. Because Beverly has already addressed the jury once or twice about not emoting from the jury box. I know if I was a juror, I would be laughing the whole time. I'd probably be one of the first people kicked out of the jury box. I mean, her excuse a week or two ago was she rearranged seating because 2 or 3 of the jurors were like too friendly with each other and, you know, horsing around. And I mean, some of the ludicrous testimony from these prosecution experts, I don't know how any of these jurors aren't all just laughing. But I would go into any jury box very pessimistic of the state. My arms folded and just, yeah, prove it to me because I don't trust any of you people type of attitude. Where you might have other jurors that are sitting there looking at the defendant table and saying, wow, this person did something, didn't they?
No, I don't say that the internet's not moving with your phone.
No. Well, I'm watching it on another phone. It doesn't look that bad.
Look at hers is all spotty.
Yeah.
Hi, you see me? Hi. Hello.
There's a delay.
I have it on the TV in the kitchen too, so if Jackie goes in for a cup of coffee, you'll see my face. Oh, hi, Cal. Hi, Cal. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah. I mean, there's really nothing I can do to improve the thing. It is what it is. Yeah, right. Bad grandpa. I mean, it's got to be $1 million I've spent on this. If you count what they spent prosecute first trial, now they're paying Hanky Panky Brennan what $250,000. They just gave this aperture company close to $500,000. All for what? Just because DA Morrissey can't drop it? Well, see, DA having a lot at stake. You know, one of the problems in this case is DA Morrissey's own state police detective group, in a way, is on trial under the, in the eyes of the public. And I call, these DAs in Massachusetts get to handpick their own state police detective groups. And they kind of detach themselves from the state police entity, and they basically work for the DA. And if you're a crooked DA, you're going to fill your state police detective unit with your minions. You look at the likes of, former Trooper Proctor, Erie Buchanan, Brian Tully, Fanning. They're not just randos picked out of the whole state police organization. A DA like Morrissey can literally pick who's going to be in his detective group, and they swear loyalty to him. I mean, you look at any of their genesis, how they got to the state police and how they got picked to be detectives and how they got picked to work at Norfolk County. They all have connections going way back. The naysayers will say, oh, no, the DAs don't get to pick who their state police detectives are. And I call BS on that. And Morrissey isn't the only DA in Massachusetts that assembles they all assemble their own state police detective groups, which I think is a flaw in Massachusetts. The state police detectives should not be that cozy with the DAs and work under their roofs. They should be completely separate and neutral. I know that we've, over 2 years of being free Karen Reed and watching all the YouTube shows and all the groups, there's plenty of people from other states, law enforcement people, that are flabbergasted that the DAs have their own in-house detective groups like we do here in Massachusetts. There's plenty of other states that don't do that for the very reasons that are a problem here in Massachusetts. State police detectives investigating a case in a county should not be that cozy with the DA. That coziness can lead to a lot of corruption and a lot of shenanigans, if you ask me. The DA are elected in Massachusetts, so they want as many convictions as they can get. So they run for their next campaign. I'm the greatest DA that ever lived. Look at how many people I've put in prison, all the bad guys I took off the street. And normally this Karen Reed case, I'm looking for justice for Officer John O'Keefe. We're vigorously prosecuting the suspect, Karen Reed, to get justice. But the problem with this Karen Reed case is what's been exposed is his corrupt troopers, one already fired, and this cover-up, because it all involves police officers in his county, both local and state. Same thing with the Sandra Birchmore case and Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell, murder of her. DA Morrissey's detective group put the kibosh on that, let him walk for 3.5 years until the feds had to finally arrest him. Just another example of DA Morrissey's corruption. Like I and a lot of us say, if Karen Reed had dropped off John O'Keefe at a civilian's house 4 doors down, the true suspects would have been arrested within 24 hours. Because it's not like G.A. Morrissey's detective group was inept or incompetent. They're very capable. Unless they're investigating another officer. And then they play dumb. Or investigating a family that has deep political ties to somebody like Morrissey, i.e. the McAlberts. I'm just kind of walking around here and looking at this other phone to see what kind of quality broadcast I'm getting off of my link here. See if it makes any difference if I move around. There's been days down here where it did make a difference if I walked 10 feet. I also know if I switch to portrait, it decreases the amount of pixels I need to broadcast. You get a sharper picture of that way because not transmitting as many pixels in one frame.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? So it would be one of those things you'd have to ask the audience. You know, do you want the portrait view with a better picture quality, or do you want the landscape view? But then it increases the pixels I have to transmit, which decreases the quality of the picture. But yeah, I mean the mood out here is upbeat because you know, defense's case starts today. Karen's brother and parents were here early. Yeah, keep it landscape. Yeah. I mean, plus I'm watching the broadcast on somebody else's cell phone while also simultaneously viewing the chat, so the screen's small. If somebody's watching this at home on a television, I'm sure the quality's even worse because of the bigger screen. I took the shades off so I can read the chat, Lucas. I'm borrowing the font on the chat is very tiny. Really. Few people, including Dennis, like to sneak on the other side of the fence. Not until the Dedham police detail arrives down here at the church. Depending who the officer is, they'll come out and police it and say on the other side of the fence. And the first few days we were down here at the beginning of pre-trial, when the new buffer zone took effect, the fencing wasn't here, so we were basically hanging right in the shoulder up to the white line, and that's why they put this fencing up here. Yeah, I think we were all holding out a little more that a federal judge would really roll back this buffer zone, but reading the page ruling, not really. Yeah, Starlink. Starlink or a different phone provider, and obviously if I have it on a phone, I notice anybody broadcasting with their StreamYard app on the phone, broadcast quality and stuff. Yeah, the other problem is too, is that especially when you're down near all these media trucks, that really interferes with cell phone service. They got all kinds of equipment and whatever going on down there. The reads have come up to join us. Interesting.
The prosecution has rested its case in the Karen Reed retrial. Hi, everybody. I'm Christina Rex. I'm joined.
Sorry about that, everybody. My phone was in the sun too long and it overheated. And just as Nathan and Bill Reed arrived to greet the crowd, that's when my phone overheated and went black. Figures. No, I gotta keep the phone out of the sun. Yeah, Nathan just said that Karen should be along soon. They're kind of in a little early too. I have a heavy Otter case on his phone, and if it's in the sun too long, it overheats the electronics. But that was nice of Bill and Nathan to come up here. And they were taking pictures and shaking hands with people. They said they appreciate the support. Free Karen Reed out here. Why did you put? Yeah, and you know, for those of us that stay all day to the end of court every day, there's been days at the end of trial where the Reeds or Kelly Reed have gone down and talked to us. Yeah. Hi, Karen. So there's a day where they're just flying by, no traffic. They looked upbeat though. I think Karen and her team and her family are just happy to be presenting their case now, starting today.
You guys got it.
All right,
See you around.
See ya. See you later.
Did you not know what was up?
No.
Give Lauren back her phone. And now I gotta bag up my sign and start trekking to the other end of the buffer zone. Did you write hi in the chat?
No,
Oh,
why?
I don't know. Somebody was saying, did Scott say hi to Lauren yet?
No.
Oh,
Do you mind? This is live. Do you mind holding this for a second so I can bag?
Of course. Just bagging up the stuff. It's got so much stuff to carry. Oh. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. The sticks, yeah. It's a long story.
Okay.
Lots of stitches.
Oh, sorry.
I'll survive.
Taking your road show on the road?
Yeah. Need another set of hands up. You going all the way to the other end? No. Yeah. Oh, you are? Do you mind taking the flags? Thank you.
Are you walking down there?
Yeah, well, yeah, my fast right over there.
Okay, so I'll walk down.
Bye, Roger.
Well, bye, Peter.
No, I'm just going to my car.
All right. Good weekend.
All right. See you.
Great. Good to see you. Take care. Oh, my goodness.
I hope they come out like a.
Well, I mean, if you don't have any gear on, you can be down in front of
you know
it. You can be down in front of the court.
I do though. But
I mean, I think that's one of the some people want to be closer to the court and see her walk into court.
I
mean,
just are.
do that.
It's and I got a hug from Mr. Reed, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. No, I was passing through to get to this end, and Hardman was there. I'm like, can I cut through? He's like, well, let's see what you're wearing. I'm like, well, it's covered. He's like, let's just see it. I'm like,
See, in trial one, it was easy because we were all packed right here,
yes,
and all you had to do was throw your sign down,
because you had the truck,
and then cover up your Karen Reed stuff,
so that's what I'm going like.
and you could run right down here, and they would allow everybody to line up
Yeah.
on the sidewalk.
They're afraid of us.
They changed all that. So. Because they were saying that the state police, Sergeant Hardman,
Yeah.
they're allowing more and more people to congregate down here as long as they don't have free Karen Reed stuff.
Mm.
So
Oh, I'm proud.
again, up until last week, you had to be media to be in front of be down here.
Let's kill him.
So I suppose you can line up down here with the media and be really close as she walks into court. It was funny, I was filming down there, and right when Bill and Nathan Reed came to join us, my phone was in the sun too long and it overheated.
Oh,
right when they got there.
but you know, they be cracking you sometimes.
Yeah. What I do is I go diagonal, get
Yeah.
on the other side,
Oh, get him from back. Yeah. Back and forth.
to go through that way.
See how everybody's. Yeah.
I mean, you would literally have to run down here
Yeah.
to be up there and catch her
Yeah.
down here.
Yeah. But somehow it worked.
Bye, let's see it. Yeah, like see all these people down here
Yeah.
just hanging out.
Yeah.
They weren't allowing that up until
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago. At least it's no rain. It's not bad. Good weather today. Did you park in the registry? The sign isn't showing you good.
No, that's let's make sure too. So it's a good we should mark it sign condoms.
Yeah, sign condoms. Hey, what's up? Hi, everybody. Yeah, made it through the buffer zone. Well, ended up in the paddy wagon.
We still have to go further, right?
Yeah, you see my truck down there with the sign sticking out. That's the 200-foot line. The line we were just at to greet Karen Reed, that's 400 feet from the court. This is only 200 feet from the court. Although if you read Bev's rulings, she calls it 200 feet, except to this next street, which makes it 400 feet, but you want to write 400 feet in the thing. So it's actually 400 feet, Bev, admitted,
Good morning.
because you moved us past the church, so it's 400 feet, not 200 feet. Thank you.
Can we sit on over there on that wall or no?
You can sit on the wall.
Yeah, it's not considered.
You can sit anywhere in the buffer zone.
But I have
You
this.
just can't have that stuff. But so we're this is the buffer zone line.
Yeah.
So from here back, we're good. So everybody's been setting up chairs here every day. But if you didn't have free Karen Reed gear or signs,
Go anywhere.
you could sit on that wall. You can go sit in front of the registry of deeds where all those people are.
Yeah. Next time I just wear pink, I guess.
Yeah. If you want to hang out closer to the courthouse, you can.
I don't care. I just want to not worry about getting arrested.
I don't think he's just gonna arrest her off the bat. He's gonna tell you.
He stopped me when I was coming.
He's gonna tell you, hey, you can't have that sign. Get it out of here.
I was walking through like this on my way there, and he stopped me.
Excuse me. Morning.
I said, "Is it okay for me to go through covered like this?" And he's like, "Well, let's see what's on underneath the shirt." I'm like, "But I'm covering it." Well, let's just. But he wasn't like being an ass about it. And I said, "Oh," so I showed him. He's like, "Yeah, you cover that up, but go ahead." He was. I mean, he was not a dick anymore.
No. Morning.
That was a big victory yesterday. Happy to sign now, right?
Some of them. You almost have to. You have to go last further.
Really?
Problem. Yeah. 'Cause-
Signed so good. Yeah.
Well, we have. Yeah. So that's Norfolk County.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't either, but this is.
I think that's fine. We got the Karen Reed.
Yeah.
I didn't do it.
No, she did it.
Whoever did that.
She
She made a couple. I brought them down. I want to stand up. She's okay. She's like a. Not like she doesn't sell them or anything.
Okay, no, just the front.
She just makes them. Yep. She has some physical pieces, so she can't really come here. She's like, this is what I could do. Yeah.
Anybody? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, she is. But she's like really.
You know, it's not. You know.
Yeah.
I know people not good to her, but it doesn't take place.
Yeah. Yeah. And she like.
You know? Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I made it. Next time we have it, I'll take a couple. And I don't mind if they say, as long as I have, as long as I have space,
Yeah.
So, I walk there.
Type is here, you know? Like,
Who do you think that was?
I thought it was Brennan.
Oh no.
That's any
They escort Brennan anyways wherever he goes. Because he'll walk by here to go to lunch, and he'll have a police escort with him.
Can we see that spot for Brandy?
Is she coming?
I wasn't sure if she was out there.
They already stole the cones again. No, I had 2 cones out here this morning, and they took them already. Sometimes
I was gonna park here and hold the spots, but I saw the cones. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'll park back there then.
they grab them every morning. Sometimes they hide them.
They really suck.
She's coming at our normal time. It's not till like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
9:30, yeah.
What time did they close?
9:30. But they're gonna do housekeeping at 9. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I guess that. He's right. A lot more police presence today. Yes, I'm
So next time, if I get here early and I see the cones out, should I park here and just hold one of the spots anyway? And because I can move once
Yeah.
once you get here. What time you usually get?
6:30.
Okay, yeah, I was here around 6. They probably should have taken this off. All right.
Like we learn a lot today. That's a big there. Yeah.
You guys get rid of it? Yes.
At the very most, light sprinkle here and there. Not bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, Hartman is letting a lot more people up there.
Yes. So.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you that if I cut
Like,
through, how do I get to the big lot? That's can I cut through here and go behind?
All right, so if I go down this way, you can cut to the back of that building, and then we'll bring you to a halfway to go to that.
Yeah.
Because I know about that. Back. Huh?
Time is
Well, that's great.
Man, I thought it was 9 south of us.
all right.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we got a lot more people hanging down in front of the court. Well, on the registry of deeds side, and that's sort of a change. Because up until recently, Hartman wasn't allowing people to hang down there at all. You know, of course, as long as they don't have signs that pertain to the case directly. Signs. So I mean, I can see the argument either way. Like some people just want to be down there close to the court, showing the presence. But I like to display the signs down here. Can't do both.
Yeah.
I have all my table stuff, not one table. Yes. Oh. I don't get much. I'll go. Everyone's for
No, not me. I'm not involved in it.
Oh, you're not?
No. No. Even if I try to go for the chat, I can't see it.
I actually. Oh, you might work.
They're gonna be switching to a court feed any minute now, so I'm gonna log off of here. Continue setting up. So
Well, with
goodbye, everybody.
oh, okay. I don't know if you like.
Now opening AC.
Thank you. So I was told council want to see me at sidebar?
Sure.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good, thank you.
Will you for Paul? Is that the only way you can get his testimony in at this point, if you do?
It seems that way, yes.
Any
Yes.
decision about Trooper Proctor, Karen?
TBD.
Polls coming up.
Poll, guys, poll.
Any idea who the first witness will be for your defense?
Llandysul.
Remind you, you're still in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once, she saw it pull up twice, she saw it pull up a third time, and then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed, and she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind him. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, zero. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all three counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions that night, after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis is about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three indictments. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take the recess.
All right, please.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case, does not have to put on a case, but I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we would ask that Matthew Desober join us.
Okay.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Desober, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew Desogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction, and within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing, so we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense, and as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're. Mm-hmm.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand? Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach?
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval and recovery?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today?
Specifically with, as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events, so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's
to
permission.
my-
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording, and as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary, it can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate? I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance, based on your review, that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes.
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is no.
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason, and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And it's complete?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back, please? Just a quick second.
208.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So
did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides, or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Okay. Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So here what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here, and so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Okay.
From Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment, and we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3-second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report, his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from, and that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask you to.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20, and when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welch's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and .154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started. But he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and a line based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support 1 point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
It's my opinion they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my two tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct.
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees, and one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous, and there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary, then, of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros. They're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Is that 10%?
That is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you type out for a second.
Following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car? Ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
Does the TechStream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the TechStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the TechStream data event mean that if you find a TechStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw TechStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TechStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
Objection.
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
Then I need to see it, Zachary.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just.
No, understand.
Right.
Respectfully, it won't be very much longer. You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the text stream events or any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess. There's some things that we need to do with the lawyers. That we'll have you come back at 12.
Question, jury.
Can I see counsel at sidebar to save us some time, please?
does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point, am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than one.
Multiple points, but it shows more clearly the contact between the two vehicles. Now if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next slide.
I just want to stay with this one. I just asked the question, does it show the contact?
Right. So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
Alrighty. So
thank you.
Is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements, and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said, that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
where?
It shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So, again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle, and it contacts on the corner, which is just around, so maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's
presentation.
go to the next slides and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll
will determine which slides we go to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping to answer your question.
So now let's go to, Mr. Wolf, the next slide.
There we go.
In your presentation, my question is zeroing in Are you saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit?
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please. Is it working? 41, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
That's Exhibit 41? No, I have a question, because that's not my slides.
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because.
Slide 41. Slide.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light, and I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? You see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of the taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the taillight in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Walker.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
Tonight, back on.
Hi, happy Friday. Guys, we're live now. Say hi, we're live. Hey, we're live. We're just out here on break. Oh, is it? Yes, team read. Do you know that yesterday when I was talking to you over there, I was connected to my Bluetooth, so all they heard was the glare when we were talking? Yeah. And that's what people when I on here started telling us. And I was like, all of that, everything you said?
Right?
Yeah.
I said FREATOM, free to read, one love.
Yes.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
And let it be known, it's about to be over. We're taking this out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there goes Nathan and they took a little break. Actually, Team Reed's over there. Well, Karen and her parents, they're I don't know, getting some fresh air. There's Nathan. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble for my my phone case. Just this frame.
It says frame right now because your hands covered.
Yeah.
Right?
It doesn't say, listen, it just says
Frame.
framed, it doesn't say nothing else. On the right, are they both brothers? They look alike.
Oh no, I don't know. No, she only has one brother. Yeah.
Hi, Jason. Hi, guys.
Bye. Oh, it's cousin Jason.
I knew they looked
Like it's ours. We're all like, it's cousin Jason. Our new cousin.
Yeah, no, I like that. Hi, cousin.
Say hi, Annie. Today's her first day. She made some awesome signs. I can't wait to go back and show you. Yeah, so we gotta go see them. Yes. So we'll there's Erin. So Erin got the bright. I got the bright pink. She got the bright yellow, green. I love it. She's like, knock it off right now. Also, he's saying the same thing. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know Christina Rex was having a baby. Christina Rex, is she? Or is that not her? Oh my god, I shouldn't even say that. Recess till 12, is that what they said? I could be lying. I thought yeah. Do you want to wait or do you want to go back there? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's a nice cocktail.
Oh my god, puppy! Hi, puppy! Aw, he's such a good boy! We love dogs.
We don't like the whole Zodiac name. Yeah. July babies are the best babies. Get that on your life.
There's a little puppy. Lisa, you coming by?
Oh, cool.
Oh, there's an echo? Really? Tell me if there's an echo right now.
You know what it might be, really? It's the way your hand is cupping the bottom of the phone.
Oh.
Try that. Sometimes
You know what? I gotta hold this so I don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
I should just put it on. Will you hold that for a second so I can put it on?
Yep.
Oh, you got together today? What are we missing down here?
Not missing anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Squad. The Karen Reed squad. Just taking over for Brittany for a couple seconds. I can't run the show like that.
I don't know if I can wear. I have the shirt from last year that says "Lucky We Trust," but I don't know if I said I was going to wear myself a Lucky here.
Yep, there goes Miss Reed and the fam. There we go.
Let's go! Let's go!
Josie! Josie! Go. Get down there. Josie.
Oh.
You have the best family.
Oh, awesome.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh my gosh.
Yep, she's over here.
Go. Jen.
Hi. Oh, this will cry. Oh my God, this is amazing. Annie, you have good luck.
Yeah, he told her that.
Oh my God, Josie, honey.
How's our little,
Annie, will you hold that?
to get in there. Hi, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, how are you? Brandy, do I hit connect? Hey, shoes. Look at those shoes. We're gonna have our shoe party. Yeah. We are gonna have the shoe party. Oh, I love yours. Oh, shoe party.
Just regular. No, no, don't connect. Oh, it's fine. Just leave it like that. Okay.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Thanks for coming out here. As you get older, you realize you need Well, I know most of them personally at this point over the last 3.5 years. Yeah, and I can't tell you what this does to your spirits every day. I've said this before, I'll say it again, anyone in my position would see these people bring sunshine. Oh, Lord. I feel like it's loving. I'm a little more tired this time, but I don't feel weaker. I'm physically tired, but spiritually, maybe even stronger. Feel battle tested this time.
And you started your defense case?
Very well, I think I'm getting strong. I'm just going to say hi to a couple of people. I don't know about that.
Oh my God, I was at the thing with her. She's part of the Natchez. Oh, yeah.
Stay strong, Karen. You're going to keep up the fight. Keep fighting.
We're behind you.
We got you.
We're behind you.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
I got your hug.
I know. Thank you. Oh, I want to cry. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Woo! The truth is on your side. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Sorry. I'm like, I don't know if I was supposed to yell. Sorry. I gotta go, guys. You gotta run. I didn't mean to. I know. That was so cute.
Tell them what they missed.
I know. Oh, my God. I gotta tell
Just tell
them.
them the fangirls got to see her.
Oh,
Oh, it's awesome.
that was awesome.
My name and I was like, wait, what do I
I know. You good luck. You brought Karen out of the courthouse. It's unheard of. Yeah. Oh, Josie did. Oh, did you? Will you send it to me? Thank you so much.
I texted you the day after the Bruins lost to tell you I went to bed. I was like, she's
I'm crying. I'm gonna cry.
When she was talking to Quickie, I was crying.
I know. I'm like, oh my God, don't cry, don't cry. My hand's like shaking. She's so sweet. Say hi.
Like, she's such an amazing
Oh my God, I'm gonna be one of those people never taking the sweatshirt off. Just kidding. I'm trying to take the sweatshirt off already. Like right now, I'm sweating. I hate wearing it because I had to cover up. But I got a hug. I was so excited. She's so sweet. It's just really odd that she's out here, like without her attorneys and talking to TV. But it was nice. It was like a moment she could like not be hounded on the corner, and she could just sit there and have a moment to breathe with fresh air. It was nice to watch. Like I couldn't film it because she just looked like she was having a private moment. I didn't want to invade. Yeah. Yeah, I just got a hug. Well, I was like, oh my God, she did. She came out. And somebody started interviewing her, asking her how do you feel? Like, it's not about why you out here. She's like, because these people are out here day and night. She's like, I have to come out and say thank you and stuff. And it was nice. She didn't ask for you. She didn't ask me. Sorry. Oh my God, Ted Daniels.
Reading what I was thinking.
Look at Ted. Hi, Ted. We love you.
I'm good.
Many are younger and maybe using a common core, so it will take longer. All right, say hi, guys. Hi. Hi. Say hi, guys. Karen just came out. She just came out. Yeah, she said hi to us. Yeah, it was so cute. You can watch it on here later, like the Resistance to Silence. But, huh? Yeah, I know. Where do you post all your stuff? So this is on YouTube, the Resistant to Silence YouTube. Oh, okay. So yeah, if you follow them, you can go back and watch the video. They have like all the boots on the ground every day, like the morning and then the afternoon. But yeah, we usually go live down here like right now during the breaks. So, Stacey, Karen just came out. Yeah, she usually doesn't come out, but it was awesome. I was like, oh my god, it was so cool. You guys are good luck. Yeah, everyone. Yep. Say hi, we're live. I know, me too. There's something like, why is it so small? Like, it's like, that's weird. Did they just spray something? What the hell is that? No, it's not pot. It's something. I don't know, but why are we all coughing? What is that? Is it a car that went by? I don't know. I know, all of us not coughing at the same time. That's weird. You're right? Yeah. So you get to see Karen, but then also you might get poisoned. Right. Like at the same time. Like, don't say that. Oh, it's worse right here. It is. Whatever it is, it's right there. Someone just came by and commented. Oh yeah, let me show you Annie's signs if I can breathe. I can't breathe right now. Hold on. Where are her signs? Oh yeah, so there's this one. Let me take it over. Hold on. So this one she drew. And then this one. At any time thereafter. And look at his tie. What does that look like? His mouth's a little bit open. You see that? Little bit. I mean, if you didn't see it, now you do. Oh no! It's raining. Save the sign. Hurry, 7 people can jump in my car. That's about it. Yeah. Let me just get that other sign. I just gotta shut my window. Sorry, guys. How long's the break? I don't know. How long's the break? Did they say? 40 minutes? What time did they go? Just now? Want to walk to an indoor facility? Ross, just cover the TV. No? She's got good taste in daughter. You follow? Oh, Dan. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you were so good at it.
I was so good at it? Yeah. Do you want me to talk to everybody? Hello, everybody. Canton. The squad. All the Reed supporters in the building. On the sidewalk / this is our sidebar. Excuse us. This is our sidebar. Our space. Our limited space. Yeah. This is what I love. This is what I love to come down here to see. There we go. There we go. And then we have her trying to hide from the rain, but we still have to keep the devil out, you know? We still have to keep the devil out. And then we have Brandy over here, leaving me the phone to do her job. I hope we don't lose followers on this for this, Brandy. But has anybody been sent to Block Island today? Because Karen Reed's energy was amazing today. It was such a blessing to get to see her up close in person and receive the love that we show her. You have to take a ferry there. That was amazing. There we go. No worries.
Oh, you got
Yeah, they're talking mad shit to me.
No,
They're saying, give Brittany the phone back. You suck. You suck. You suck.
On Block Island, a 20-foot shark is trailing behind a tiny boat on Block Island, sparking Jaws comparison. There's a shark in the pond. So if anybody has been sent to Block Island
I
today,
feel dumb walking back and forth, but this is the only position we can be in, right? Right? Walking in circles.
Rhode Island diners got to feast on
A little bit of rain. Scotty got his umbrella out. I think he's scared to melt. A little bit of sugar in the system.
Yeah, get the umbrella.
A little bit of sugar in the system. He doesn't want to melt, huh? You don't want to melt, huh? Come on. Just a little drops. Come on. Just a couple drops.
He's holding it for the rest
Local
of
Jen Seebeck recorded the humongous dorsal and tail fins of the blood sniffer running through the water on Memorial Day while chowing down at a local eatery, Dead-Eye Dick's. Where else would you find a place called Dead-Eye Dick's?
Hurry up, Mr. Jackson.
Located on the Great Salt Pond, the Atlantic Shark Institute.
Yes. Fuck bias Bev. Yes.
Is this a video from the actual? I don't know. They're still on break. It's not my fault. Fan is still up. The site of the
My favorite person across the street with the signs. Blue lives matter. They sure frickin' do. They sure do. Oops. Oh, there we go. I'll pull a Brandy now, guys. Here's the puppy. Pup love. I'm copying you, Brandy. Here's the puppy. I'm trying to do what Brandy does, guys. Here's the doggy. Hi, the doggy. Hi, Pup Pup. Hi, Pup Pup.
Stay. I'm like, oh God, he's gonna jump out.
Got me walking in the street for a dog. Damn it, Brandy. Damn it, Brandy.
I need another drink.
Oh, are we doing that?
I need a water or something.
Oh, right there. Remember they came with the little...
God, you want to go to the store? No. Yeah.
Victory lap. Are we running? We running or we walking?
I guess it was on Memorial Day.
She was getting him on the lap.
Crazy, right?
Hanging
Sharks
out.
are arriving in Rhode Island daily as water temperatures continue to rise and more species of shark finding suitable to their liking. The Atlantic Shark Institute wrote in their post. Hopefully, this shark will find its way out of Great Salt Pond soon and continue on Twitter.
Hi, Cheryl with the nest. Hi, Cheryl with the nest. I'm reading slowly, but I'm coming back because I just read that. They said, hi, Cheryl with the nest. There we go.
And it's still up. A monster great white shark was spotted along the shores of Montauk, which is a popular feeding ground for the tooth.
Great crowd down here today. The weather looks a little gloomy, but it just brightened up. Those are the positivity clouds. Those are the positivity clouds.
No, she definitely hear on my way in, just keep what you're saying, but
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
oh yeah, no.
Yeah, so we send the trolls to Block Island, and that's where they go. I don't know how many have been there today. It's a big one. Basking shark is a big one. Wow. All right, look at all the things we learn here. It's not just trials. It's not just law. It's not just comedy. Sometimes we actually learn a thing or two.
Let me.
Should we put Michael Proctor up here in the right-hand corner for a little while? Here you go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Formerly dishonorably
You want to come to the store or do you want to?
disgraced.
I'll go to the store.
All right,
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to take it off? I was like, no,
It's on the outside.
do you want me to take it? I don't know.
What do you do?
Come in or?
Yeah. Hey, we're going to the store? Hold on. I gotta stripping down to the free to read. Stripping down to free to... Oh, I'm living. Yeah, she's stripping free to read. It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. Oh, see? Brandy, they're asking me questions. Who's running the stream right now?
Maybe he's been texting to his friends for a long time about investigations.
Somebody asked me who's running the
feed.
feed.
In a lot of girls' phones.
Whoopsie.
You're back. Well, I'm on real time here.
And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here, so if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You were not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Right. That's text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you.
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Miss Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers in, there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Miss Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection. I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that. But I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
Then when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes,
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
it is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
Your what?
Mr. Jackson,
Right, okay.
my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
Report by Dr. Welcher.
Also correct.
Reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Oh. Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
primarily I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint.
Yes.
And then you received information from Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
And then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th?
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th?
Correct.
Okay. Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
So they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th? Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know when it was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please ask us on the 25th.
We had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date you provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Okay. When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall?
Correct.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess. Did you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. Now, whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexis materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's stricken.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip-off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled, "We attempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know what Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on is it, ignition off information.
Yes.
And an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question? Yeah. Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it does.
You know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like
That's correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there. If someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it to.
Did it ever dawn on you, as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there, there could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work, as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess?
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing?
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing?
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Okay. Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. We can turn to page 2. Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did
the report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
Well, it's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Return to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 11:62:2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger now.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
so you're
apertures.
Not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the relay?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were suggesting those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds at the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, you're basing it off the end of the event. The end, not the trigger, the end. Comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly, before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report? Isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it again.
Did you see, when you reviewed reports, that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number, plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
please do
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Why add a little for me? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Objection.
I want to see you at sidebar. So jurors, we're going to release you for the luncheon break. I took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah.
But it's by Lake Tahoe.
All right, we're live now. Sorry. Do you mind? Can you go say hi? Or do you not want to be on it? No. I won't.
Okay.
Okay, say hi.
Hi, everybody.
She's all the way from out of state.
FKR.
Yes. So we like newbies. Hi. And some regulars. Hi. Do you guys mind if we're live? No. Okay. You want to say hi? Say hi. We're waiting for her to come out now. Hi. Oh. See, that cop's nice. He's nice.
So far.
But he's out here.
So far.
Yeah. Till they come out. Oh, Nathan's over there. Let's see. What picture? Oh, I know, right? I can't wait to look at it. I didn't get to look at it yet.
I'll stay on this side. Yeah, right. Not tan enough.
Oh, Dylan got home. I just found out safe, which is awesome. Yeah. So that's good. I know. I still feel. I always say that. I still feel like I'm doing something wrong being up here. I'm like, oops. Oh, sidewalk, guys. I don't know how we move. But...
I think he'll do it.
Hey, Brent. Abe. Oh, you're coming down? See you all in an hour. I won't be here. There'll be still a lot of people here, but I gotta leave by like 1:30. Well, maybe I can push it to 2.
You can stretch it to 1:45 like I do.
I'm gonna try. Yeah.
You're only like 15 minutes.
Yeah. I gotta make sure I left my back door open. My oldest daughter gets out at 1:40. Oh, Jason's here too. He's over there. Cheech. I don't know anyone else's name really. Oh, Paul and Ross. Same. And she's coming this way. Oh, puppies. Here they come.
Can we clap?
Yes. Oh, wait. No. It can't be clap. I don't know. See, we're scared to clap. It's sad.
I think we're supposed to be quiet.
Oh, this isn't Karen.
No, that's Mrs. Reed and Esty.
Oh, I love a Leslie shiny blue suit. Check that out. I know. Hey.
Is that you, Dina?
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. I'm outside. They're walking out right now. Look at Leslie's fancy.
Yeah, me too.
Hi. Evan, congratulations. Those future badasses. Yeah.
Woo!
They're all walking out now.
Yes. Yes.
The best
Thank you, guys. We love you.
Awesome morning, guys.
There goes Pipsqueak. Yes, Alessi! Woo! Yes, Mrs. Reed, we love you, Alessi!
Woo!
Everybody loves Alessi, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for
Let me get arrested. Oh my God.
Perfection.
I know.
Okay. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, thank you. Thank you. He
Hanky's
is.
walking down the road.
Yeah, like Alessi was just reminding us, he's right. So just listen to him. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on? There's Hanky.
Now go down and hold on.
And here we go.
Yeah. So we're gonna watch it. He sent it to me last night, so I
Ellen Little. He looks like such a fucking doofus. Like, honestly, he's like a fucking dork.
All of us right now.
They should call him Daffy
Yeah,
Joe.
look at her. She's recording it all walking in front. Dina, I agree. He's walking right in front of all of us. Look at
Daffy
that.
Joe.
Yeah, you're live.
Lindsay's a speed bump. Oh my God, look at everybody's walking down. They're following him.
and I love it.
Hold on.
Run!
Do it for the cause.
It's lunchtime with Hanky.
Oh, there they go. We missed.
Wasn't that
I feel like I'm in Dedham now.
Hey, you. I see you.
Everybody's having lunchtime with Hanky. I can have my Stop Corruption shirt sign. Gina Elmer Fudd, Hanky boy. they're coming this way. Watch those speed bumps. Watch those speed bumps.
Yes, there they are.
Fighting for her. You killed it the other day. It actually stayed in my brain. It was awesome.
I love it.
All right, let the car go. All right. Bye, guys. Let 'em go.
There you go, folks. How was that? Hold on a second. I just switch this around. Hey, everybody. What's going on? I got out of work a little early and I'm like, I'm freaking going down here. I'm going down. It's day one. I'm like, the hell with work. The absolute hell with work. So I got out, I punched out at 11 and then did my hour-long workout, and then I'm like buzzed here really quick. But my God, I love this defense team. Hi, Robin G, my dear. I absolutely adore you. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Heather. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I had to come down with my peeps down here. Um, no place I'd rather be than the opening day of this happening. Um, they're gonna kill it. That photo is gold, Brandy. Oh, did she get a good photo? Oh, the one when Karen came out and was hugging everybody? Scottish one, won't they get stopped for tint? We all know the cops love that. I'm sure that is measured tint. You know how in Massachusetts they carry those gauges around. And if they pull you over, they take the gauge out and they like, I think it's a shining a light through it and see how it is reflective. So, oh, we miss you, Heather. It was awesome to meet you. It really was. Um, I was just talking to Hardman to find out exactly what I want a Meatball Morrissey sign to hold down in front of the courthouse, and it actually is allowed. Bev flipping her hair on her YouTube. Oh my God! Did you guys see Annie Elise posted a video and the guys dressed up all in blue? I was fucking dying over that video. And he touches the car real lightly with his hand, and then all of a sudden he does this big roll all the way down the street. It was like, and they were like the Blue Men group. It was hysterical. Hey, Dina, miss all of you down there. Oh, we miss you too. I'm going to turn this camera around because Spanky will be coming out in a minute. I've been here at this coffee shop when Spanky's been here, and here he comes now. I knew he'd be coming out shortly. Watch, I'm going to say hi to him. I'm going to call him Hank. He told me to call him Hank. I can't call him Spanky Hank. They might actually arrest me for that, but it is Hank. But he doesn't care. He walks right through this. Yeah, that was hilarious that day. That was. It's Hank. Yeah. Hey, we got to let him know that we're not really too petrified of him. You know, no one should be scared of him. He's just a freaking prosecutor. Now, there's people even out of their businesses looking at him. I don't know, they're radioing something, and they're probably going to try to make me move. I was behind him on there on Tuesday. Hey, we have free reign down here. As long as we don't make threats against him, then it's fine. I've asked him before. Oh, no, they're putting their helmet on. They're coming. I didn't know if anyone was coming. Hi, Dan. Notice he goes alone. Defense goes as a family. Well, who does he have here other than Krowski? Krowski's the only one. The old man Krowski and the young Krowski. Those are the only two that are in there. But I'm sure he's got a whole entire family behind him in Boston. The crooked people. Watch how that guy's running. That's a weird run. Dina, this is my first time seeing you. Love, peace. Oh, thank you, Scottish ones. We have a huge following out there, so. Hi. Hi, Hank. Hi, officer. Yeah, it's getting cloudy and dark here. Hold on, let me turn you guys around. How was that? He's on the phone, but I said, hi, Hank. He smiled. He remembers me from before. I called him Mr. Brennan, and he's like, you can call me Hank. And I'm like, you can call me Dina. He's probably got a death sentence on me. The fucking mob will come and whack me. So, anyways, I got to walk to the car and get my stop corruption. I got to find a sign that I can carry up there. Let's take a walk to my car, people. No, there we go. Ooh. He remembers you, Dina. I think he likes your girlfriend. Yeah, he probably. I'm telling you. Hi, how are you? I just got here. I'll be in for coffee in a minute. Hey! Oh, hi, Jen. Oh, tell her I said hi. That's Maria. Maria. Oh, you did great the other day. Nice parking in the middle of the road. Watch out! She almost hit the car. Oh, she's getting yelled at by. Hold on a second. She just got in trouble with the state police. That's good, Maria. Don't hit the car behind you. She just got in trouble with the state police. She wasn't paying attention. Jesus. Oh, I love her, Maria. Hi. Oh my God. Yeah, so anyways, I think they know who a lot of us are that speak out a lot. Um they know who we are. They watch everything. There's an office upstairs, I think, in the courthouse, and they got from what I heard, they got monitors and they monitor everything, which is to be expected in a high profile case. So, but by now, I think they can all assume that we're not harmful people. Oh, I love Maria's energy. Hold on, I'm gonna all these green. All right, I'm going. I'm going. All right. Yeah, she's awesome, and she's moved her store that she has. Um, her store, I think, is going to be in Norwood now. Happy birthday, Jackson's Nickel at UK. Yeah, so I didn't want to miss today. It's opening day. Alessi just did awesome. When I went over to the car, it's like, hey, Dina. Like, damn, he remembers everything. I would love to have a mind like that where you can remember everything. Oh, Dan, I took your advice. I still outside my house and had my, oh my God, Dan, that's awesome. I don't mind doing solo standouts. I mean, I would be a little worried doing a solo one in Canton. Like, because before, when they used to all go to like Neponset Street Bridge, they had their tires sliced and shit like that. But I'm in the, hold on a second. I'm in the parking lot here. And I face my car this way so that everyone can see the back of it, you know, like that. Anyways, let's see if what kind of sign I can. Hardman just went over the buffer zone. Jen's signs are, are not good. I can't take that. It's honk for justice. Oh, this is Sandra Birchmore. I can totally take this sign. Check it out. It says honk for justice. No one can honk, though. Justice for Sandra Birchmore. And it says stop corruption. So I can have that sign. And I am so taking that sign. I don't think anything else I can take. I could take the fuck you, Beth sign. So, hey, Beth Titless from Boston Globe. Still a big fuck you to you. We are outraged. I can't take the back of that. Though I could go like that. All right, folks, hold on. People are honking and oh my God, there was almost another accident. People out of their minds today? I think they're out of their minds today. All right, you guys really don't want to see the inside of my car because it's a freaking mess. I've been cleaning houses and everything else. So I need a clip. I don't think I have a clip. I don't. All right. Hold on a second, folks. I forgot to ask him if we could take a duck. If ducks were all right. You know what? I'm just going to take the one sign. It'll be easier for me to carry. I'm going to have to get a clip to clip it together. All right. One more time. I'm late catching up. How did Jackson do? I didn't watch the last few minutes of it because I was talking to Hadman to figure out what I could take, and this is fine. Though people can't really honk. They might shut me down for that. Lucky will be called they better be nice to Lucky. Lucky is a stand-up decent guy. And they just better be good to him. I wonder if Karen and her team will be coming through this four-way. They don't have much of a lunch, but oh well. One of these days I'm gonna have to stand out there on the corner. So this trial's gonna be over in 2 weeks, folks, probably. 2 weeks. Because they're not gonna lallygag at all. They're ready. They're ready to go. And I have so much faith in them. Are you leaving?
Yeah, so I just wanted to come on to say bye.
What?
Are you walking back up right now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And plus Scott's backing his car up, so
Yeah.
I'll pull over if you want a huggy.
It's gonna take me a few minutes to get up there. Just
Aw,
go. I know
I
you
just
gotta get. I know you gotta get the kids. I'll see you on Tuesday. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, you love saying it. You love it. That's why you purposely took Tuesdays off, huh?
No, actually, I wish I could say I did, but I didn't.
You wanted to say that every week. I know you did.
I know. I have no problem saying that word, at all. And
All right,
I
well,
have no. I have no
for anything.
problem with that word as long as someone doesn't direct it directly at me, and then there's a problem.
Yeah, it's just a word. I don't know.
It is. It's just a word.
Yeah. Well, I love you. I love you all. And if
I
you
love
need me,
you
just text
too.
me.
Thank you for everything you do, Brandy.
Listen, thank you for being you because I wouldn't come down here without you.
You come down here without me all the time. Cut it out.
Now I do. Now that I grows up a little.
I think that's Dennis Sweeney in the chat that said, "See ya, be quiet."
Hey, listen, Dennis. My friend Annie was down here today. She was looking for Pat. She thought Tim was you. She's like, "Is that Dennis? Is that Pat's dad?" I was like, "No, that's Tim." I was like, "Pat's dad's here in the morning." But
did Tim already leave?
Tim left earlier. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's taking off early all the time. I think he goes and takes a nap.
Yeah, probably. It's not nap time. But yeah, that's it. All right, I'm gonna probably drive crazy, so I'm gonna get off so I can go drive crazy.
All right, so go drive crazy and stay safe, girl.
I will. I'm just kidding. I love you. I'll talk to you guys
I love
later.
you too. I'll talk to you later.
Bye. Get out. Get me out.
It takes a village, people. It takes a village. They got a cool theater here. Yeah, I assume music's gonna plays here once in a while. I get to go to Tesla this weekend on Sunday. Oh, that's right. You guys did the Canton standout. I forgot all about that. Now I feel bad, Dennis. Hold on, the lights. I can walk. I can walk. The skies are getting awful dark here. Well, maybe Timma will come back down here. It's still early yet. He'll be bored. Yeah, so someone was saying they got an hour lunch. So that's good because sometimes it's only 45 minutes and you got to rush when you go to the lunchroom. It's like you got to woof it down quick. And that's not good when someone has stomach problems, to whiff your food down wicked quick. I might have to erase the honk for justice because I don't want to see anyone lose their license or anything if they stop honking. Jackson's nickel, that great to hear. I didn't see what he wrote. Anyways. Hey, stop corruption, Lisa. Have a good one. These girls weren't stopping. Yep. I haven't been down here when the dance studio comes out, but apparently someone was really upset that I wrote Free Karen Reed and Karen Reed was framed on the sidewalk. It's washable shit. I gotta get a big pack of freaking chalk, and next week, Tuesday maybe, draw all over the sidewalk in chalk. Nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. Oh, it's dark. Rains are coming. I never said it wasn't me. It's probably still here too.
What's that?
Where I wrote Free Karen Reed. Oh, they took it off.
Oh, it's here. Yeah, it was here.
It only looks like 2 to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's gonna be a light misting thing.
Oh, 2 ladies went bug talked about that.
I know, I heard. I didn't say it's washable stuff. There's nothing they can do. So I think next Tuesday, I'm gonna have to go to Walmart and get one of those big kids chalk things. And I'm just gonna color all over the whole entire sidewalk Tuesday. They can't do nothing about coloring on the sidewalk in chalk. So now they just motivated me. Yep, it just motivated me.
Erin almost threw down with them, like gets up in her fluffy slippers, and she's like, "Oh," because she's like, "You're guilty. You guys are guilty." She's sitting there, and she's like, "We didn't do it. It was here when we got here." I said,
Yeah.
"Nah." I knew it was you because I did the writing. I knew.
Yeah.
She's like, "It's permanent." I'm like, "No, it isn't."
No, I would never.
Obviously.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it out. And so I just, oh, thank you. No, Robin, I won't. Oh, see you next week. Oh, boy. Have a good one. Good to see you.
You too. It's always good.
Is the husband back from vacation?
He is.
Oh, that's why.
Wait till he gets that credit card.
I love it.
Yeah, I already wore my new sweatshirt, though. I love
Oh, nice. Thank you for all you do. I won't be at Legacy Place Sunday because I have the Tesla concert. It's the doors open early, so we're leaving at 9:30. So I got Hank to say hi to me. I said, "Hi, Hank."
Really?
Yeah, he smiled and said hi.
She usually goes every year to Tesla. It's her favorite.
I love Tesla. I don't know how many times I've seen him. I've seen him a few times. But it's at the Indian Ranch. So doors open at 10:30, so I won't be at Legacy Place. Who's this? Boston who? Hi, Boston Lisa. Hey, we all do stuff, Terry.
Now, so I don't have to listen. I'm like 10 seconds behind.
It's raining.
Yeah, see, it's only little stuff.
Yeah, it's little stuff.
It's not gonna last.
No, till we hear this big crackle of thunder or something. It's warm. I mean, it's warm, so it wouldn't be surprised if it happened. When she said Tesla, I thought she was going to a Tesla factory. Oh, you'll never see me at a Tesla factory. It's not my kind of car. You might see me at a place that has like a 1972 old Cutlass, but
I had a 74 Ford too.
yeah, my favorite car. My favorite.
70.
It's because
55.
Well, by the time, so in 71 they started dropping the horsepower. 72.
high Alpine style.
70 was the last year of the highest horsepower.
Yeah.
I mean, the 71s and 72s were nice, but any of the GMs, A-bodies,
Right,
the
My
442s, the
very first car was a Dodge Dart. It looked like a lunchbox.
Yeah, with slant 6.
Oh my God. And my favorite car was other than the Cutlass was I had a Grand Fury. It was like having a living room couch in the back of the car. I used to drive that thing out to keg parties in the woods. You could take trees down with it. It didn't matter. Fit 14 people in it. Yeah.
Well, my first car was a 69 Chevelle SS 396.
Who are you talking about, team? They really are miserable, aren't they? Who? Whoops, I shut the
That's what I
car.
like with it. But I mean, the Chevelle, GTO,
It's car talk, now,
Skylark,
folks.
they're all the same
Car
thing.
talk.
But each division had their own engines.
Right. Yeah, mine had a 455. It ain't started. That's just started.
We used to drive around. It was an older car. I forget what it was. It was a dark blue car, but every so often the carburetor would catch on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, the floats would get stuck.
Yeah.
We had old Belmont 88.
There it is. Have fun at Lake Chaga Gaga Manchagaga Bunna Gumma, whatever it is. Yeah, I will. It's the longest lake.
You know what that is translated in the Native American language?
What is it?
I saw
remember.
it years ago. It's I'll fish on my side of the lake and you fish on your side of the lake.
Oh, there we go. Scott McGinnis, the knower of all.
We can go to trivia night.
Trivia night and put that in on it.
Lunch is an hour, right?
It's an hour, they said.
Yeah.
Robin G said, hey, Scott. You know what I mean.
Yeah, like I have to look that up. So
I like your LV
So-
cop shirt.
So we went to the corner and saw Karen get in the SUV and then she drives around.
I was down there with you guys.
Yeah, Karen said.
No.
She saw my shirt. She goes, nice shirt. You're everywhere. She's talking about the channel because I'm on the channel as a moderator.
Oh, are you? Oh, good for you.
Well, they threw me a wrench for some reason. I'm really not even on the channel.
Yeah. There's too much to watch.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
It really is hard.
We got like, we know, 10 to 6 now. It's kind of crazy. It's like
Yeah.
breaking the bank at this point.
Well, see, I got Turtle Boy and the Glarers who like pay every month. You fish on your side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, you said listen, turtle again.
Is that John DePietro?
Yeah.
Oh my God, let's go stand behind him.
Oh, this is a while ago.
Oh, is it? I wonder if he's out there though. Let's go walk up and see if he's out there. I got my stop corruption thing I can take. And it says Sandra Birchmore on the back, so I won't get in trouble for that. We'll say, listen, Turtle. I know that cracks. That needs to be on a shirt. Listen, Turtle. And I can picture his voice too. He's got such an asinine voice. Oh my Lord. Oh, they're still hanging out here. Little rain never hurt anybody. What? I'm live. I'm live.
Had John DePietro.
Where is he?
In the corner. Sorry, go. It's the highlight of my day. I know.
People sending a new follow. I'm not on
I,
that. But it's like
I will never go on that.
like being a she does it.
What? Oh, I'm live.
Okay,
Oh.
I'll let you go.
Yeah.
Basically,
I got my sign in front of his live stream.
Listen, I don't think you're supposed to be doing that.
Listen, Turtle. I can go anywhere I want.
I know that, but this is supposed to be the buffer zone.
It is the buffer zone.
I don't think that, I know that, but I don't think you're supposed to have signs in the buffer zone.
Yeah, I can have this sign. It's approved. Stop corruption. It's approved.
Oh. You're a jailbreak?
It's approved.
Is that approved? All right, you can stand behind it.
I can stand behind you. It's my God-given right. Listen, that's right. I'm a turtle rider and proud of it. Listen, Turtle.
Nobody wants to get arrested.
Listen, Turtle rider.
All right. 941.
Cheryl.
Hold up this way. Oh, shit. We're interrupting a live broadcast.
He said, listen, Turtle Rider. Hey, listen, Turtle Rider. I don't know.
Yes, this is.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay.
Hey, listen,
He's so full of shit.
FYI.
He said, listen, Turtle Rider.
Yeah, they saw Blue Man Group.
I don't want to get tossed off.
The Galera was right about the shoe.
On the house beat Monday. He went inside the house. There wasn't. Funny. Listen, Turtle Rider. Aka. That's what's it's not like you're the Wicked Witch of the West. Last week, it's was basically everyone backed up. Say, everyone. Aka. Hello. All right, that's good. That's good. Bye, Turtle Rider.
That's a
What?
joke.
What?
Picture I just did.
They did years ago, but they
That would be incredible. Pull up to saw the sign. He goes, listen, Turtle Rider. Listen, Turtle Rider.
He really
Yeah, he goes, listen, Turtle Rider.
like every day I go in and take a picture of him.
I urinated in this corner earlier. It's my spot in my.
Did you say that?
Yeah, it was like this is my spot I was here earlier. I urinated in it and marked it for you.
Aiden lives in his brain rent free. Like every day I go up and take a picture of him in his little hidey hole, but every like you watch him, I'm on live streaming, just so you know. Like looking around, make sure Aiden's not sneaking up on him. I know. And there'll be no one there. And he's like, and I'm going, Aka. And he's talking. Aiden lives in his brain rent free. He threw up his Nike shoe in the back. He did. What are they saying? Saying Dina is rattles and a freak show. Saying Dina, he's saying I'm rattled and I'm a freak show. Yes, Dina is so rattled. I'm so rattled. I'm scared of freaking DP. No, I asked Hodman. I'm just kidding. Yeah, and I made sure it didn't say anything about interrupting his broadcast. I need that one of those buckets. Beautiful. I loved it when he said, "Listen, Turtle Rider." He kept saying, "You're not supposed to be here." He's like, "Did a jailbreak? Did a jailbreak?" What did he say? Listen. No, I didn't even see them. They had bike cop escorts. I don't know who they were. Oh, I have no idea. These are comments from his chat. Oh my God. That's all right. I was laughing. You're in my screen. You're too stupid to realize it. Oh yeah. An escort. They just maybe helping. Move to the left, Dibs. Right. Go back. He's talking shit about me. And then John DePietro. Some motorcycles. I'm live streaming too.
Did he say, is there a jail?
Yeah, he keeps on saying that. He was talking shit about me. He said, "Hey, listen, Turtle Rider." Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Well, he thinks we're all cuckoo crazy, but we're not. We're just passionate people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can imagine, Kathy. I'm hearing it here. We just gotta wait for Aka. When Aka comes in.
Who hired Aka? I forget.
Oh, the FBI?
Oh, the FBI hired Aka. That's right.
Yeah, the FBI hired Aka. Yep. The FBI hired Aka.
That's right.
I'm watching.
Federal FAA. I don't know anything about it. Just let you know. I think the last issue. Most of somebody.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm aware of it, but it's the media, trust the.
Okay. No, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
FCC. FAA. We're flying out of here.
I mean, one thing, like I said, like
Yeah.
you go and interrupt his life, just like if someone were to go up with a live shot, where you're like through the news.
Okay.
You can stand there and hold something.
I can hold stuff here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hodman. Yeah, we don't want, apparently you're not supposed to walk up and interrupt him. I didn't interrupt him, I just stood behind him, so. Listen, Turtle Rider.
There's no law that says you can't interrupt me.
Is he really the news? Come on now.
No,
I wouldn't say that. He's an idiot.
No, but
He needs a helmet like the other expert.
Judge already told him he's full of shit.
Oh, he would never say anything to my face.
Hell no.
Other than call me, listen, Turtle Rider. That still cracks me up.
It's such a weird thing.
So yes, I can have my stop corruption sign on the steps of the Registry of Deeds. We can have a sign like this that has nothing, as long as it doesn't interfere with Karen Reed's trial, or I'm not, it's not against any witnesses, their names aren't on it, I can hold this sign. So I'm here holding a sign.
Just calling a witness.
So I love when you held up the Nike sneaker in the back. Oh, he talks so much shit.
Both.
They're both.
Both.
There's a difference. There's a difference. He talks shit about everyone. He's a piece of shit. Like, let's be real, folks. Here, can you? I'm going to turn this around and just get down there so I can get a live shot of me holding the sign on the registry.
Just a photo?
Yeah, you're not going to get a photo, but someone can screenshot it from me for me.
Oh, okay.
Like, this is okay. Perfect.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
Yep. So, folks, you can have a sign as long as it doesn't have certain things on it. And I asked Hardman specifically if I could have one that said "Stop Corruption," because this is one of my favorite signs. And he said, "Absolutely, you can. That's not in the rules, so I can have it." And a phony. Aiden said it's only real news station. Like if you were at, I know. Oh, I hope someone goes back and clips that for me that says, "Listen, Turtle Rider."
Is this something that I can go and watch myself later? What you're recording? Is this like
Yeah,
YouTube?
you can go, but yes, you can go back on it. I don't know if I got him saying it, but it's on his station at least. Listen, Turtle Rider. Oh, he runs his mouth constantly. It's crazy. Hey, Mimi. Mimi's across the street. Vinny's, hi, Mimi. Anyways, all right, let's walk down here.
Yeah.
I need my water.
Look back up to another 20 minutes?
Probably.
15? Okay.
Probably. Listen, all you turtle riders. No shit. What? Yeah, I know. Like it's a bad thing. I should have said I'm proud to be. I should have thought quick and been like, I'm proud to be a turtle rider.
Definitely go.
Approved by Hartman.
Get in the picture.
Yeah, it's a little gray, but listen, turtle lady. I'm live streaming, Mimi.
Yeah, there is a good skill today. So
Father out last time, right?
I thought you left. What'd you do? Turn around and come back?
She wanted to see turtles.
Oh, is Aiden here?
I don't know where he went.
Oh.
On the steps. I've got a subpoena to go to.
what was that?
For what?
29, Lindsay. Remember last year? Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't. I'm live streaming.
Yeah.
Oh. Where's that say?
Because I couldn't take his chat anymore. Oh, Robin, you're funny.
Hi, Robin G.
He was talking shit.
Yeah. I just saw you posted up on Twitter 25 minutes ago about Turtle Boy was behind him and he was into it with him. I'm going down there. He said he saw Wilson Turtle like 3 more times again.
Oh my
Like,
God.
don't you realize you're just a meme at this point?
I gotta pee. Yeah, he's not. Cheryl, can you take this over while I pee? It's no. It's facing out. Oh no, it's not here. I'll put it out.
Radio, you can't hurt him. Follow language, Turtle.
There you go. And there's the comments. And I'll be right back. I just
Cool.
Listen, turtle lady.
Hi, everyone.
So this whole time I kept hearing about this guy that was endorsing Jack here. Yeah. Hardman.
Mary.
It was like a reference to
Robin.
or something. It sounds like
On stage. This is cool. Do I sound like I'm 12?
I thought it was like a reference to some old movie or something. Yeah. And then I'm like, I saw his name. Nameplate. And I'm like, oh my God, he's real.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice of you, Robin.
That's the guy, like, named Hardman. Okay. He got.
Little G, I've heard so much about you from Heather.
You just see somebody that last name, it's like, yeah, he.
Oh, all right.
That's perfect.
He's a state trooper then. Hippie chick. Is that hippie chick? Is she hippie chick? No? Am I seeing things?
He just like stops like entire riots all by.
I am.
I could never do this. I don't have anything to say. Oh, Mary, oh, there you are, hippie chick. Hi. Unfortunately, I have no life because I was laid off. So that's the only reason I'm around every day. But I'll find another job after this is all over.
Listen, Turtle.
Oh, God, he's the worst. Listen, Turtle Rider.
Yeah. I said, we're watching your desk. Good job.
Always getting the flag in the face. Yep. Kept happening when I was trying to get video of Mr. Reed this morning. It was so nice of him to come down and say hi to everyone. I'm going to have to upload the video in a few. He is just the sweetest. Such a nice family they are. One day I'll get up the gall to get a picture with one of them. I'm so short. If I was to run up to the car and try and get a picture, I'd be like 12 inches below her and it would look stupid anyways. Here comes the rain. No, he's still streaming. He's still there. Hardman's full crap, though. He thinks he knows what he's talking about, but he doesn't.
Yeah. Just keep up with the subcountry. Yeah, everything, but still you can't have the free.
Oh, it was so nice to meet you, hippie chick. You're so sweet.
Hang out at Fenway.
You gave me the keychains, right?
Yeah, it's fit now.
The pocket hug. So I gave the turtle one to Turtle Boy, and I gave the duck one to Rich Schiffer, the duck daddy. Figured that was appropriate. And I kept the other one that you gave me, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I was asking, like, what if I go take them back to what person's?
I was just paying it forward, you know?
What conversation of the year, would that be a violation? And the lawyer was like, yeah. All right, perfect, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually my first time meeting Rich Schiffer the other day. He was here. Super nice guy. This is exhausting. I don't know how people do it. Oh, that's nice. All right, I'm gonna hand you back off to Dina.
All right, no, thanks, Pat. All right, thanks. All right, bye-bye.
Going to mingle.
All right, it's pouring in Boston, so it might be on its way.
Oh boy. I know. I gotta make some more bracelets. I've been lazy.
How are you doing, my dear?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, hanging in there. Hi, love it, Donna. Oh yes, Josie, Amanda, Jacob, and I found teeny tiny ducks at the court the other day. They're hidden everywhere. There's probably some still from last year here, folks. I'm sure. I'm going to leave you this way because Karen and her team should be coming
Any minute.
any minute. I'm going across. I'm going to go across the street. Oh, where's my sign? Here I am. I can bring my sign. I should bring it with me. Hold on, I want one too. Wait a minute. I want one. I would love for you to be in it, Dina. Woo-hoo. I'm going across the street so they can see my sign. What?
I need to figure out where'd she go.
Who?
I don't know where she went. There's a lady walking around. She's got like Sunday here. She has it like that.
Yeah.
But she can't hear that. Radio. This kid's talking to Japanese. I don't know who she is. She's walked on.
We'll have to figure it out. Hi, Sassy. I forgot to take pictures again. Man, I really need to take pictures. I know. I love pictures. And all of mine are coming up from last year. My pictures from down at the trial last year. And it's like, there's things I forgot about and stuff. So I love to Look at the old pictures. I should have brought my Alessi sign. Shit, I'll have to remember that Tuesday. Tuesday, I'll bring it.
My dream team sign in my car.
Hey, Danny. Is Danny on? I wonder if he's in the chats. I went on. I finally got on Danny's show. He let me in. He was being really tight with it. He wouldn't let me in, and I forced him to. No, I did. I went on for a little while. What state does he live in?
Oh my God! Don't ask me.
I don't know. It's far. He said it's far.
And so many.
Hi, Anja.
Keep it straight.
Hi, Anja.
One time.
Hi, hippie chick. Oh, he's working. By the way, you are looking fabulous. Thank you. It's officially 59 pounds. Wow. And I'm trying to get the guns. I still can't get rid of the flappy edges, but my guns are starting to form. I upped all my weight and everything. So, Mississippi. I don't know if he said listen Turtle Rider or listen Turtle Lady, because someone else said lady. I think he said listen Turtle Rider.
One letter.
Yeah, and then he's like, is there a jailbreak? Is there a jailbreak?
My bro, come up with some good letters.
And yeah, subscribe to Danny's channel, Nurse Kim, Mazza Media, LTL, Aiden, the Galera. I don't think the Galera's streaming today. I think he had to do something with his knee, probably. That's what happens when you get old and jump fences. I call those my bye-byes. They wave bye when I do. Hi, Drude. Yo, Dana. Yo, Drew.
Gina, your tan is phenomenal.
Because I get in a tanning booth once a week now. I get dark. I know. Well, we all know I'm menopausal, so everyone else got regular resistant to silence t-shirts. I don't wear t-shirts. If you guys see, I very rarely wear t-shirts, especially if they don't have the V-neck, because I sweat too much.
I love that one.
I sweat too much. So they got me this shirt. I wish the symbol was on the front, but, you know, so you could see it in the summer, but it's on the back.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's got a big one. And it says, we ain't got no quit. It's in blue. You can barely see it. But hi, LPH Pics. Thank you, Mary. I worked out. Ooh, that lady I've seen like almost 3 accidents. Something wrong with her front end. I hear the clicking. Sounds like the rotor cover thing. The brake cover, whatever you call it. There's the guy from Court TV out on the front steps.
Yep.
He looks like he lessened down his makeup. I said that. You know, stop putting so much orange on the dude. He's a good-looking dude. Like, why do you have that much stuff on your face?
Yes. We saw him at the we were watching the Murdoch.
You're still coughing? What was the smell? Was it like car smell or?
Miss Becky, was like orange or whatever.
Well, I hope you weren't. What went by? I was watching on live with all of you guys coughing, but I don't know who's walking in. Oh, that's the media, guys. Channel 5 sucks. There's that little Hank Brennan piece of shit, Channel 5. What's the guy at Channel 5's name?
I think she was talking about.
Red shirt.
I think it was name, yeah.
Scott McGinnis. What is Channel 5's little guy that's going in there? That looks like Hank Brennan took a shit. That one in the red. What's his name? The anchor.
David Bienick guy?
David Bienick. David Poople.
Josie, what do you call it?
David Poople.
Mr. Regretting his life decisions.
Hey, Marshall's here. Marshall! Woo! I think we were say it louder. No, I'm not going to say it too loud. I'm pushing the limits already. So.
That's me. For like.
What? Mimi?
Well, because they weren't letting anybody
It's a lady in front of you.
They ain't going to tell a handicapped lady she can't park there. I'm live streaming.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, just so you know, I got to warn you.
Oh, you got.
I don't want to wiretap you. Do you really want me to wiretap you?
Wait a second.
Wait, but you're filming me, so.
No, I'm not. I'd have to turn it on. Did something happen?
No. Why?
Oh no, because you guys are supposed to fill me in when something happens.
We will if something happens. This is nothing.
Nothing happens.
No.
You'll pack down like a sardine.
There's another lady that beat you. There's another person that beat you. She had like
Yep.
those boots were
Oh, where's Renee down here?
Yes, she should.
Renee.
Yes.
She always wears pink boots.
What were they, like 5 inches or something? It was like ridiculous.
You men love high heels. Come on now. Stop it.
If they're Jimmy shoes, okay? Anyways.
They're better than Reebok. Talk Reeboks.
No.
Oh.
No, but I want to tell you, I want to fill you in.
Oh, fill me in. What's going on?
So my daughter gave Sarah a picture. She wanted to inside. They were going to take it to lunch. So it's over there when they come back. Just so you know, it's not like.
I like the shirt.
And just.
Did you go?
Hey, guess who I'm seeing Sunday?
I feel like you didn't go. You didn't get a chance. I worked it. I worked at a lot of the concerts over there. The worst one was Beyonce's. Absolutely the worst.
No, it's like so.
It was so much fun. Like all the crowd.
Guess who I'm seeing Sunday?
Oh, yeah, this kind of that must freaking hurt.
Down in Indian Ranch. Don't laugh like that. Come on now. How old are you?
I'm laughing with you.
All right. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know.
I'm 58.
Really?
Yeah. How old are you? 38. 38.
You're 10 years older than I am.
Oh, really?
I do that just because
What?
Dina.
What? Yeah. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
A lot of happy people.
What's the matter?
But again, when was the last time they played in Mass?
Yeah. You're frozen, girlfriend. That's the nice. Look at this.
Oh, the TD?
Yeah. That's the nice cop. He was so funny to talk. See how much they like you.
No, if you meet my mom, you'd understand.
Yeah. Is she Italian?
Oh no, she's from the island, Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico. Oh, so you should be bringing us like some good Spanish rice and stuff. I expect that the next day.
Ice and beans.
I'm good. I'm live streaming. Say hi to Marshall, everybody. Woo!
It's good to see you.
I was going to be late picking up from where my car was for my birthday. I spent 5 hours of my life writing the ball.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. She froze, so.
I packed them and I left the game back up there. Still have yours. This weather is like killing me here. It's hot. It's cold.
That's why I wear tank tops in the summer. I mean, in the winter time. So. Yeah, we got a good crowd here.
A day where I accidentally. You're like, I would be honored and humbled.
I know. I'm waiting. I want Hippie Chip to come back again. Honestly, I had fun with her. She's a wonderful. Lula Bell too. I like her. Oh, we're in Dedham. Sirens. So the overcast just went away, and now it's like sweating hot.
We're gonna tan you already.
Because I tan once a week in the tanning booth. I get dark though. No, but I'll get 2 times darker than
I am wearing shorts because my legs are so white. I'm like, what's a better place to break them in? Standing on the side?
Exactly. I think they just went up that way.
I literally wear Scotland.
I know. Woo! Block your ears, people. There we go.
It's not always during court. The sirens aren't always during court.
No. That's a warning like they're on their way back.
Huh? People just don't get out of the way.
You know what cracks me up is they've always blamed us for this traffic.
It's always like that.
It's always like that.
It's
Crazy. Mary, I think it's Bagwell. She's saying hi to you guys.
Hi, Mary.
Mary made out really well the other day in court. All right. Allison. Okay. Oh, I know who that is. That is Hank Brennan's paralegal lady that sits in the back bench on Karen's side, and she takes notes the whole time. Yep, she's bitchy. Yeah.
They reserve
those 2 things.
for the DA's.
Yeah. She writes everything down in Texas. She's bitchy. She gave me a nasty look when I went into court last Tuesday. Yeah.
They'll let people from the DA's office sit there.
Yeah.
They let McAlbert attorneys
Sit there. Krowski's sitting there. It kind of was a bummer that court was not going on 3 of the days I was there. There was a few. Oh, I know, hippie chick. But you're gonna have to fly in pretty soon because I have a feeling it's only gonna be 2 weeks. I think they're gonna get dropped off out front. Here comes the team, people. Here comes the second one. Our favorite driver. Woo!
I love the suit. Hi, Karen.
Look at Mimi sneaks in there. I love Mimi. Mimi snuck in over to say hi to Alessi. Where's Alessi? He's coming. Alessi. There you go, guys. Look at Alessi's. Even the bottom of his shoes matches suit. The bottom of his shoes actually matches suit. Hippie, did you say to him?
Oh, he's got a little umbrella.
Mimi, good one. That was slick, Mimi. You're a slick rider.
Does he really? Oh, next time I'm gonna come on a Oh, you love it.
I love him. All right, let me turn this around. There we go.
Oh, well, I think we all love Alessi, don't we? He cracks me up. He's just so adorable.
He is adorable.
Like, it's funny because when he walks in, like, he looks like a disheveled kid. He's got like his suitcase and like he's trying to get it up, but then he gets in there and he's just like,
Boom, 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 boom. And he remembers numbers and stuff. That's what amazes me. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't had lunch yet.
You here next week, Dana?
Tuesday I'll be here.
All right. Try to come up early.
Oh,
Again?
Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
I know, right?
So cute.
Yeah, are you going to be here when we get out?
I'm good. How are you? I just get out of work, so yeah.
Okay, well. Oh, yeah. All right. So what is it, the picture?
I'm live. Do you want to say hi to everyone? They love you.
I love you. All right.
Hi, Vinny, keep us in your prayers.
Get it to today. She's got it and it's done. I'll have Nathan bring it out. When he's going to come back, he's going to the store for that.
I want a hug from my favorite. Say hi to everybody.
Who am I talking to? What country?
No, well, it's all over.
Oh, all right.
All
Okay,
over. All right, there you go, folks. There you go. They are wonderful people. I love Mr. Reed. He always said he is so proud of all. He keeps on saying of all the women in the movement, which empowers you. Yeah. Cross here. Hi, how are you? Good. Hi, how are you? Those are part of Karen's friends and stuff. They're walking into court right now. So, is Silver Fox down here today? Damn it, everyone's down here. He's not down here. Oh, all right. Silver Fox isn't down here today. We're going to have to call it in and get him to get down here. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, I came down unexpectedly, so I'll live stream for a bit. I'm hungry, though. Once the court goes.
Storage a third party vendor.
Sometimes they have sales. Is that Melanie? Oh yeah, because Larry's not streaming.
Took his ball and home.
Oh,
He's at the doctor's for his knee.
You're not going to do live. Just yelling at him.
Good. Someone's got to yell at him.
I went to Cancun with the team.
That's our go-to channel down.
I know, Glera. That's our go-to channel. We can't go a day without you.
You almost made John DePeter drop an F-bomb there, I saw.
Huh?
He almost dropped an F-bomb when he yelled at you.
Did he?
Yeah, let me go back and find it.
He's got it. Hold on, folks. Let me turn this around so you can see it.
It's like a whole procedure.
It's going to take me a minute.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Gotta go there.
Let me know when it's ready. So today we got Melanie Little down here.
Like to partake in the merch.
So everybody go into Melanie's channel right now and tell her that we're listening to her down at the buffer zone. See what she says.
Gotta hit the redeem
Because
button
she's
up
live.
there.
Freaking boots on the ground, drop her into her chat and tell her we're live streaming her.
Behind the I went to with attorney Melanie Little. We can thank.
I don't think that I know that.
But I don't think it's supposed to have signs in the when you met him on the courthouse steps. 'Cause I went to Dave Matthews in Cancun and I said, Alan Jackson pre-trial one
I don't want to push it.
had a bracelet on. I said, oh, that looks like a bracelet I got from the Dave Matthews Cancun shows last week. And then the Twitty had started a Twitter rumor.
Listen, Turtle Rider.
Well, he said, listen, Turtle Rider. Oh, I'm back
I
at
don't even know if he likes Dave Matthews. Really? Hank Green is so outraged.
Listen,
Thank you so much. And then Charlie Lynn 55. So right there's 20 new members. You guys are so amazing and so generous. And I love you.
Oh my God, it cracks me up. They're looking up the thing when I went up behind John DePetro.
Comes in many colors. We have all kinds of things and stuff for people. Some of the stuff says
That's about when I came up.
logo on the back. But if I could like zoom in on the logo for you, I would.
Yeah,
it's kind of a nod to the Grateful Dead, and also, you know, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little, established 2024. There's also stickers. There's also magnets. There's also mugs.
There is no third
And then also,
Oh, that's
best hoodie, in my opinion. I've got two of these.
Oh my God.
The Bella and Canvas hoodie. And the sizing runs.
You
very,
commented
very
in her
big, but it is
chat?
super soft.
He's busy.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah, I was Cancun with attorney Melanie Little on the back.
Oh, there's 16,000.
Like,
Yeah, there's 16,000 people in her chat. So yeah, it would take a lot of this to get in there and be like, Boots is airing you. Like you're getting aired on in the buffer zone.
It's super soft. And I also have this orange color, which I love. It's not a bright orange. It's more of like a burnt
Get enough
orange.
heads up when Dr. Wolf will make an appearance. I might try to schedule a trip then. Oh, there you go.
You know, we have a little something for everyone.
So we get the Lucky Lochran.
I know. I wonder if Lucky will. I hope so.
That's side, buddy.
No.
These are also awesome.
No.
I love these. This is called the oversized hooded sweatshirt. I have it in the oatmeal color.
Yeah. All right, folks. Here's Krowski. Colin Albert's lawyer. Krowski! What do you think? Do you think Karen Reed's innocent? Come on.
I think it's a beautiful day out.
It is a beautiful day for freedom and justice. Oh, that was good.
Are you still representing Colin Albert?
I know. I didn't ask him that, at least. That might be intimidation or something.
Are you giving Hank Brennan tips?
Way to avoid the question. Yeah, it was Krowski Jr. I yelled Krowski, but I meant, you know, we know he's a junior. Come on now.
Well, sometimes you see his dad hanging with Brennan too.
The dad sits right by the podium sometimes with him. So,
I didn't say that so much when something in the comments.
anyways, it's gorgeous out now. The sun comes out, it gets really, really hot, but there's a nice breeze right now.
That's
So, oh my God, I look like hell. This is what happens when you work out and you work all morning and then work out.
They were saying rain at 2:00, but now it doesn't look like it.
No, it's 2:04.
20% off. So, you know,
It's really iffy, spotty today.
Dina just went on Mentally's live. Oh, good. So she knows we're streaming her down here. She'd like that.
I don't make a lot of money on merch at all, so
I got my car parked in the other parking lot right now. Hi, how are you?
And so
I parked down the court one.
From somewhere. You can park in the court parking lot still, right? I can't because my car's all decorated. That's in the buffer zone. So you can't have anything Karen Reed on your car if you park in the. Oh, good, then you're okay. You're okay. Muggy and warm in Baltimore. Oh, I'm heading that way. July, going down to see Rod Stewart. Lightweight one. It's not heavy at all. I got Rod Stewart, Black Crows, Joe Perry twice, because now they're playing with David Holland, I think the Who. Thunderstorms, oh wow. All right, we're back to court, people. I'm gonna log off.
Gilman, if we could turn to page 6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welch's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welch's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welch's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report,
Sustained.
where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Sustained.
So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess' report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know,
show.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra, it's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. You looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from the infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but not this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems, that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. Had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times, so I mean that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion, that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, or by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Yeah. Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained. Sure.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
Do you know where those calls came from? The source.
a phone.
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure. If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone onto the infotainment system? Do you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a part of it you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
I apologize. If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the infotainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you'd expect the variance to be very small, iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
Do you see in the first 5 columns the numbers are small, 22121?
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into what you're saying, that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 12121. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they?
Objection. I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31. Do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed, there were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
No. This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Do you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity in those. Correct?
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on each phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:52 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
So you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying if, maybe, so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21,
Correct.
How many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37?
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please. Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:30, 1:43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Ms. Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Ms. Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy, or would you like me to bring it
Do
to
you
you?
have the reports with you, sir?
They're on.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. You want me to show the mark? Let me see if I can get a clean copy from the witness. I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but just protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes,
And when
call
he's
logs
talking-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, is referring to the 530-31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock speed of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see Councilor Tadmar.
Sir, going back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
You can turn to page 3. What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only two data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Sustained.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please. If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 1162-1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head, he put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. 192A. Okay. Let's start with 192B, please. If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the three-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the three-point turn? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction, towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
Okay. And it notes that...
So ask it differently, Mr. Bowman.
Does that heading note the start of the three-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the three-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of three-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the three-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the three-point turn conclusion? Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the three-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May 8th report, and based on the data which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that three-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate? Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Sustained. Strike it.
in the final exhibit? Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently, Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's a.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the three-point turn, and then the orange is at the end when the car is already in motion at 11.2 miles per hour? Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test the accuracy of this data that's been broken? No objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talked about looking at different values to be fair, a wider range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the three-point turn, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the three-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct.
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, by going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the engaged scientific objection?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's 19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen if I could. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
And you hold a master's degree?
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. DeSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at our chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay. More than 8?
Total after 1162-2?
Only on the 29th.
There aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say there are many, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span, Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09.
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 12:32:09 to 12:32:16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis, the hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them, would occur at a point in time with, let me rephrase that, all of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you were told, let me give you another hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess...
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, you know, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data, or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing, where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself, but they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can see. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
As a clock.
Are those two things independent of one another?
Completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you. With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was a screenshot.
Thank you, a screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it?
Yes.
You didn't type anything on this, did you?
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of it. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection.
Sustain.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down. What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on, the foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to this jury during the course of the day?
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No.
Did you change any of their analyses?
No.
Did you explain their analyses?
Yes.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, and your presentation to the jury?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote-unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the texting?
All of them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on. Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, put on your pen, please. When you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides itself or resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data. Yes.
And so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's...
And so when you don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, to a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report.
Objection. So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently, Mr.
If you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it would be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No.
Did you read Ian Woodford's report?
No.
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
I'm going to let that stand. Next.
I do not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If
question.
you have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong if you have using the wrong data. It's that simple.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
Yes. That's
okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33. If you could open that, please. You were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds, right, in those first couple of lines, yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving, yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving, yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed, the car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so, when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data. Yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window. Yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay. And so after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12/32/12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
12/32/16 wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving, there were steps in it.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that steps were taken over the course of 43 feet?
Objection.
So that's sustained.
You were asked just a second ago, what about the data? What is wrong? Then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. DeSover, you are all set, sir. So
you,
you
Your Honor.
can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. We did that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go now or not, and I'm going to let you go. So that 5 minutes that just means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer and we don't want to do this to you, okay? So we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. And we'll start right around 9 on Monday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a great week.
Please rise to the jury.
Chrissy? We'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Actually enable. Are you really?
Hey, everybody. So, Lucky Loughran is in the courtroom and they're going to like voir dire him. That's who went in as Lucky. So I don't know how long this will be. The expert, what was his name that was just in there? I forget his name. He just left and Karen's, the limos people, the ride just came and got him. We were, all chanting, you know, good job, good job. So they're probably going to be in court for, you know, till 4 o'clock if they're going to voir dire Lucky Loughran, which is fine. Let them voir dire him. He's an honest, hardworking, blue-collar man. Him and Barrows, I have the most respect for. Barrows is the cop from Dighton that got up and told the truth. And him and Lucky, salt of the earth people. So we'll see what happens. But everybody's still out here. I'll go across the street. Allison, Lisa, Sam, like there's a whole bunch of people across the street. And then I'm here with these fine, lovely ladies. Karen Reed. So I thought they were coming out because the car is here. I don't know how long this is going to last for because the ride's still here. So let me see in the comments. Hold on a second. I got to put my glasses on. Kills me all the voir dires for the defense. Oh, I know. We all know Bev's corrupt. Do we expect anything else? Why does Hank get a chance with these voir dires to eliminate people? The defense doesn't do that. Let me tell you something, if fucking Hank Brennan, if they hear this and Hank Brennan is mean to fucking Lucky Loughran, I'll tell you the fucking world will hate Hanky.
Agree with that.
I'm just, Lucky's a stand-up guy. Remember when he said his thing and he's like, God forbid I hit an animal? Remember that? Like, God forbid an animal gets injured? Like, that's who Lucky is. And if that fucking rat fucking bastard gets up and fucking treats Lucky like shit, he is going to yell at him for sure. Oh, I'm sure he is. But I'm sure Jackson will speak right the hell up. Bev's corrupt, but I don't know if Bev's really going to let him hammer Lucky.
I hope not.
You know, that'll be,
That.
yeah, she'll be a piece of shit if she does that. But anyways,
already testified.
Sally Jew. I am so glad I came down today because it's really awesome. And these ladies got to see Karen. Didn't you get to see Karen?
Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
Yeah.
And Mr. and Mrs. Reed. It was awesome.
Yeah. Mr. Reed's just freaking, it's so great. Hey, you sunshine. What are you doing driving in that? Are you incognito so no one recognizes you? You undercover? Who you working for? Lou and Deb? Good to see you. I'd hug you, but I might get arrested if I run across the street and hug you. Oh, I can? Blocking traffic. Yeah, in the next few minutes. I'm telling you, people out here will be outraged if they treat Lucky like shit. They really will be outraged.
Yep. Just tell them the truth. What? Be seriously? Are you a plow driver? Are you really a plow driver?
Yeah. He knows
What is
construction blue collar workers. You can ask them if you need a, I don't know, let's just name something like a 3/4 inch socket. They can go to the back of their truck and get it for you in like 2 seconds. Not at their house because that's a mess, but in their work vehicles, they know exactly where everything is. They know exactly every piece of any type of equipment that they use when they're on the job. Blue collar workers take their shit seriously. And Lucky is a stand up blue collar worker. So I can just say right now, fuck you, Hank Brennan, if you start with Lucky and you're mean. And fuck you, Bev Canoni, too, if you fucking treat anywhere Lucky anyway.
Oh, here he comes.
Here comes Lucky now.
Well, that was big.
They must not be doing the voir dire.
Why did they even make it? They needed to ask us.
It is so dumb.
Feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Hey, he hasn't watched the first trial yet.
No, not at all.
Right?
Not at all. Thank you, Lucky.
So serious. It's like, I was scared, too.
Well, how scary is this with people? And, you know, he's probably gotten death threats in Canton and everything else,
Video.
you know? All right, I'm going to turn this around because I have a feeling they're going to be coming out if Lucky's already out. Yeah, it looks like Lucky's leaving. He's walking down there. I'm not going to film him. I'm going to keep his privacy. But it looks like he's truly leaving for the day. So
Yeah, he does.
he's walking away from it. I think he's done for the day.
Somebody else.
They might be Vaudier someone else. I don't know.
Must be the cop. Who else?
Pulowski's.
In Boston. Transferred. That was in the Sally port.
Yeah, that could be her.
No. He did leave. Oh, that's the same DeSoto's. I can't remember. Oh, here comes Peggy. Evil.
No, I could be respectful.
Video going.
The cop, yeah, the cop who's now a Boston cop. That she worked for the Canton Police. She was in the Sally Port.
Well, maybe they left because they not. They got three cops.
Don't anyone say anything to Mrs. O'Keefe.
No. I was.
No, I think they're doing some sort of voir dire on somebody, but it's definitely not Lucky because he left.
Yep. I thought that was him I saw walking by.
Yeah.
But I was like, people look at they're turning their head. I thought it was the court. So. Yeah, she's right up there.
Okay. Right there? Yeah. No, I'm not filming Mrs. O'Keefe. I don't want to do that. It's just, I'm not doing it. You seen her walk out, that's enough. Yeah, so they come around here. Yeah, they'll come down and over. I got it wrong, little G. That's my fault. Because the camera goes. Lucky was here. They're just not doing it right now. He just left. Hi, how are ya? Good. Hey, see the back of your phone?
You didn't see it?
No, but you just watched it. They will say something about that. Just so you know, he said something about the stuff on the back of the phone the other day.
On my phone?
No, not on yours specifically, because a lot of us have it on the back of the phone, and they're not.
I talked to Harmon about this sign.
Yeah, you can have it if it says that.
But he still wants to check with legal Monday.
Okay.
He goes, you can have it right now.
Nice.
But then I'll double check. I go, is there a problem with the birch move?
No, you can have Birchmore. That's not on the thing.
I go, wow, good. Then it's worth being down here if I
Yeah.
can carry something.
Yeah, no kidding. So Scott McGinnis is here inside the buffer zone with his corrupt CPD and MSP need a reboot, and he's with his American flag. And he's got the LV Cops shirt on.
They can have a problem with LV Cops.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not on it. They don't know. Oh my God. Kids just drove by in the buffer zone yelling free Karen Reed right in the buffer zone. This is live. Oh. I just warn you know.
Yeah.
I'm not being next to you. When they were going to lunch, you pushed me out of the way of the car.
Me?
You. I'm sorry. You did. You went. You pushed me right out of the way. I'm like, jeepers. I'm sorry.
Harmon said he's going to photograph the signs I have questions about and put it up to his legal Monday.
Oh, good.
So.
There are 18. Oh, they're back.
Doors now open, maybe see.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks. You take the stand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know this is a really good opportunity. There is a witness outside. You have to recognize just to get her.
Sure. Is she right outside the door?
Last time I checked.
Do you mind, sir? If you can stay right there.
Sure.
And it'll just be a few minutes, okay? Miss Gianetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday? So I'm going to need her at a microphone. Do you have one on council table there?
We do not.
So the podium, or one of those back where Eugenia is. Thank you. No, there's a microphone a little closer. We're just follow the. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And Ms. Dever, you've been summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day?
Yes.
All right. So we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here?
Yes.
All right. So that summons is still good until we reach you. So you're going to have to come back Monday morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9, okay?
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi. Oh, geez, Yannetti.
That was a big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
You've also been here all day.
Yes.
Sorry for making you wait.
No problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Grew up with him, essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up,
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this old guy.
Can we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off? We're just going to do that, sir, so that we can get through this a little bit.
Absolutely, sure.
Much better, thank you. So you say you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes.
Graduate high school with him?
Yes.
And are you friends after high school as well?
Yes.
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes.
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me. Okay?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Would you like this marked for identification first, Your Honor?
Yes.
Exhibit NNN for identification.
And now we'll give it back to the witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he's all set, Mr. Nady.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would all of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years, definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes.
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end. And you don't have to read the actual text, sir. I just want to...
Sure. I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, a date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay. And what you type...
I have a different copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's, for the record, it's on page...
What's the
Oh.
golden page number? So what are the last 2 digits? 4, 5.
And for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
sure,
that's not something. I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip.
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
Now, going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So, yeah. So let's not, if he recognizes it, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names. But if that's sufficient that he recognizes...
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
Sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them, okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, of course. Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you, of course. With regard to 9-5, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 9-3, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages that Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
Nothing on that.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to, you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right. Sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right. So, sir, you can leave.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Sir, watch your step coming down.
All right. We'll hear you, Ms. Giannetti.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is there's an objection, so I'd rather respond to the objection.
I want to hear you as to why this is admissible. Why this is admissible.
That's fine. I'm going to just have a moment. So, Your Honor, with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay, all right. So, regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which, or through which, a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a long-standing rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, 4, evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch, it was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in, again, because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police, and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay, That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street, or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home, and rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites three principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with three factors. But again, none of the three principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has three components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's going to go down for this. We're going to pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
And you can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that. Thank you, ma'am.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for 1.5 years. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being admitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're 3 hours late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice, and we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule, there's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises, and in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again. I would rest on that. Thank you.
Okay. And just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes. No, it's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with Ms. Dever, and they've asked for all oral communications to be reduced to writing, to be turned over. That's not in keeping with Rule 14.
All right, so you're saying two different things. So you don't, this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages. Want to be heard, Mr. Brennan?
I thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning.
Thank you.
Rise to the court, please.
By the hour. And I'm like, you wouldn't help me change my tire. I'm like, I can change my fucking tire myself. I don't want to be out. He had to leave twice for a call. And then I was left out there fucking all by myself. And I didn't have my car. I had my grandmother's car. So I didn't have any of my pepper spray or my knives I had. So I'm like, I'm all fucking. I know there wasn't one in my grandmother's car. Now I know to put one in. But I'm like, so when he came back, I got out of the car slowly because I had my hands where he could see them and everything, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I said I was over there to come get back in your car, and I'm like, I'm just gonna change my fucking tire myself. I had it. It's like fucking 2:30, 3 in the morning now. And he's like, so he gets out, he comes over and he goes, what are you doing? I said, I'll just change it myself. You got the flashlight, please hold this thing, I'll change the tire myself. He's like, ma'am, It's dangerous though.
How you doing?
Back in your car.
I'm good. I'm good.
I know.
Not too much. I was to let her know something.
No, I know. I had my flashes on and that, but it wasn't a holiday weekend.
Oh yeah. People like they see lights and they like it's like a. You know what? They can't figure it out. I don't know what it is about the lights. They don't.
But we weren't sitting there for fucking 3 or 4 fucking hours. I'm like, he was a young cop. I don't know what his name. He wasn't mean, but he wasn't overly. You know, because I've had them actually. All right, I'm live streaming. Yeah, it's back on. I know they have. He wouldn't. The media can come over here if they want to. Just don't, as long as they don't enter your safe space. All right, folks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because your phone was in your pocket, you were live. I could hear you.
Yeah.
I couldn't even let it.
That's all right.
I said, she better check and make sure her phone's.
Hi, John. Hi, John. John DePetro. He called me, hey, listen, Turtle Rider.
Oh, turtle.
So don't cross the street at them. He said, let them come to us. Hi, everyone. We're here. We're waiting for everybody to walk out.
All right. That was videoing the whole time. I didn't know that. You just delete it. Decent process. I'll delete it. Decent.
Yeah, he said they're allowed to come over here as well. They just, as long as they're not invading your personal space. Have a wonderful weekend. Good job pissing John off today. I'm gonna walk over there as soon as I'm recording.
No, I don't. No.
That's evidence.
Delete that. Yeah, the black chief.
Yeah, I might go over after and just hold my sign. As long as I don't say anything, I'm good. I'm down to like 16%, folks. So if my phone goes down, it's down for the day.
It's an echo of you guys.
Is it? Was in my pocket. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you.
There's Tina.
Yay!
She's on TV, honey. Nice trip over here. How are you, honey?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
for
Thank you for coming down.
Absolutely.
We can use all the support we can
A
get.
lot of feelings there.
I know.
I grew up in Milton. I used to live in Howard Cross. Back in the day.
I'm live streaming, just so you know. I'm just telling you before you go into a story. You're welcome.
He's like, turn the camera around.
Yeah. We get it. All right. Everybody, that's Jason over here. He's the one that filed the papers so that we could be out here. Yeah. Well, Jason, Lisa, Allison, and Sam, all of them. Gillette.
Yeah, it's big enough.
I think it'll be big enough.
What, for a party?
Then they could party in the parking lot. We can tailgate there. Hold on, let me turn this. Wait a minute.
What's your point of contact?
Hold on a second. Make sure this is muted.
That's all right. You can
Okay.
just talk with.
Okay.
Okay. You know, he's set up that. Just double check.
Nope. Thank you. I'll tell him. I can't see my phone if it's. Can you guys hear me on this? All right. So when they come out, they had a long day, so they're not going to come over across the street today. Okay. They said just be respectful. They might wave and stuff, and they're just going to get in. It's been a really long day for them.
Okay.
So another day they might come over, but not today.
Okay.
You're welcome. I don't know if that's on or not. Oh, wait a minute. No, stay in studio. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. The buffer zone you can come into, but you can have like stop corruption, Meatball Morrissey. You can have, like Scott has this sign. So far, it's okay. But you can't have anything Karen Reed or anything like that, or Turtle Boy, or, any, like Justice for John. You can't have any of that stuff on. You can have Bible quotes. You can have American flags. You cannot. Sue, you down with the supporters? Yes. I'm working too, so.
We got it working. I'm a foot togged out. So.
Shall we mend fences here and we all get along well?
We all gotta get along.
How do you think it's going so far?
Well, it's a lot faster than the last one.
I
think
know.
It's a lot clearer. I think Hank Brennan is an excellent attorney, and I think the team that Karen has been also the additions. I think Alessi is a great addition as well.
What do you think about Alessi? Do you think he's a wonderful lawyer?
Yeah, no, I know. His forte of scientific stuff. He reminds me of Columbo.
Yeah.
Hair.
Yeah.
And a dress. Columbo. So.
What do you think about the buffer zone so far, where it got eased up a little bit, so at least we can come out here with a little bit and voice our.
I obviously care about the First Amendment, and obviously care about Karen getting a fair trial.
Yeah.
Because that's where it collides. I get concerned sometimes that, I want her to get a fair trial, and that I don't want jurors to be hearing yelling that might sway the other way.
Yeah.
You know
what I agreed with?
That's what I think about when it comes to fair trial, First Amendment rights, all those things.
And another thing is, the one thing that's good out of this for safety reasons, both Karen's team and the O'Keefe family can walk in safely.
Yes, as they should be.
And
right.
We can all agree upon
Yes,
that.
we all agree
Yeah.
on that.
I think it's only going to be about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Sandra Birchmore case?
I haven't had enough time to. I know we're working on it as the station, but I honestly I don't have enough information to comment.
And
I know that.
And Enrique Delgada's.
Hard on that.
Yeah, like nothing. All right. Thank you, Sue.
Yeah.
See, that looks like an invasion of space big time, doesn't it?
I decided to pass out. Oh, you do? I thought the flag was a.
Look at they all push each other and everything. Hey, Ellen. Good job today. Good job, Liza. Alessi, you God. Woo! Woo!
Liza. She's like, Mr. Alessi.
You're our superhero.
I stumble into things every once.
Where's David?
Well, you can stumble here anytime you want.
Yes.
There
he is.
Good job. Thank you. Everyone yell congratulations to Evan. He just graduated from law school. Thank you, our favorite driver.
Get them safe. Free Karen. Don't get run over. They mean business. Oh, for real.
He's a good driver anyways. He's fine.
All business. Free hands. All business.
Have a good day, Hardman. Yep.
Thank you, Mike.
Where's Rod? Rod! Rod, have a good night. See you next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. All right, folks. So my phone's about to go dead. You did, but you know what? You were in excitement.
I didn't mean to.
No, I know you. That's why I didn't push you back. I know it was the excitement in you, but you really were like, and I was like, oh boy, don't worry about it. You're good. All right, folks. So that's the end of it. My phone's gonna go dead. Bye, Sam. Bye, Chase. I'll see you Tuesday. See you next Tuesday.
Is that what she said? Yeah. I know. That's fine.
All right, folks. Have a great night. I'm signing off. Who? I didn't see him come out. All right, I'm signing off. I'll see you guys all on Tuesday. I won't be on a Sunday stream. Someone else will have to stream because I'm going to Tesla. So, peace out, people.